and you stand out in terms of the requirements that go along with it. Remember, it is you, the person. The good thing about this, there's no issues of favorism.
Yeah.
It's you and your performance. And if you don't perform along the way, the system will get rid of you.
So it's a meritocracy. I mean, there's...
Total meritocracy.
Yeah.
Total. Yeah, you must perform against standards, not just, what somebody thinks. Against defined standards. For instance, promotion exams, when you go for them, everybody goes through them across the services, and you must pass. I can do nothing for you if you don't pass written exams. If you don't pass your practical exams. Again, the fact that, remember, you are trained and prepared to lead men in war. You can't take chances.
Yeah.
You can't take chances. Yeah. You must be strong. You must be upright. You must be well-disciplined. And you must stand out as a role model for those below you to lead men. And we say that you must first respect yourself, be well-disciplined, and then take charge and command to lead men. To do that, sometimes you think we use force. We don't use force. We actually respect our men. We respect our from the highest level. We respect our subordinates. And therefore, it's a team working together. It's a team working together that grows over time. So you'll grow through the ranks, come to a point where you will take command of about 3,000 men. This is when you actually are rising now the level of 1 star. So the a brigadier who becomes a brigade commander in the different arms, for instance, in the infantry, it will be about almost 3,000 to 4,000 men that you're commanding. At that point now, you become 1 star. Essentially, in most countries in the world, or let's say in Africa, you'll be commanding more like a region or a command, as we call it. And a great honor indeed. So that now, in that you have your own command, made up of maybe 3 or 4 units stationed in different parts of the country with the headquarters somewhere in a central place. And then in front of your car now, we put that 1 star. So everybody, the commander is here, the 1 star is here. And across the whole system, it is known. When I see from far, that is a brigadier coming in, brigadier general coming in. That's a 1 star. Then once you are through with that 1 star, again, based on your performance, we'll see if there's room for promotion, and if you qualify to go for that, we'll rise you up to the next point, which is a 2-star general. A 2-star general, for a purpose, normally will command the 2 regions of the country. That's where we put you to do more responsibility, more men, more units, and all that as you rise. So you become a 2-star general. The 3-star general is after you're through with that now, and then prepared for high responsibilities. In fact, in most armies, is reserved for the service commanders. Who take the 3-star general. And then, of course, for instance, our army and most of the Commonwealth, the CDF, the Chief of Defense Forces, becomes the 4-star. There's only 1 4-star at any one time. You may have 3 4-stars in the country, but 1 4-star at any one time, having risen all the way, to take that position. And then beyond that now is where comes the 5-star. Now the 5-star has 2 considerations or 2 possible candidates. For us in the African countries, it is much more reserved, as I said, for those who are serving as president and commander-in-chief. Then they will take the 5-star honor and the 5 stars in front. Now, you'll find that normally, for us particularly, we don't display the 5 stars in front of the commander-in-chief's vehicle in normal peacetime and when things are normal. It's reserved actually for when, like now, a great occasion when we have to honor that. Now, the other point where you have a 5-star coming in is where you have the 4-star actually rising to a grade of honor, leading his nation to war and defending this great nation.
Then the 4-star now becomes...
The 5-star now comes in, the 4-star. It is actually an honor when you lead this your great nation to war in defense of the nation. A great battle, not just these normal small battles here and there. No. A great battle committing the entire force in theater and winning and defending your nation in that theater.
So like the defense in Somalia doesn't qualify?
No, that's minor. That's minor.
That's a minor.
You see, this is when you see a commander, you see a CDF taking charge himself, in command. And he's out there now leading the wars.
So this would be defending Kenyan soil, for instance?
Yes, defending Kenyan soil.
Okay.
Yes.
And what does it essentially mean then when you say commander-in-chief? Someone would ask, does that mean the head of state needs to actually go to war, put on the military regalia? What actually comes with that?
No, actually for the commander-in-chief, it's much more of, an honor, that as the president, he also the commander-in-chief to regulate the forces. And also the fact that in terms of the chain of command, it actually rests with him. You see, for instance, any promotions for any officer above the rank of captain, above the rank of major, must be endorsed by the commander-in-chief. Again, showing that respect, that he is the commander. As the name says, he's the commander-in-chief. He's in charge, he's overall in charge of the administration and everything that goes along this system. So that line, in terms of command, cannot be shared. It can be shared. Even for the minister has certain defined roles, but not the commander-in-chief, so that even the minister sitting, for instance, in the Defense Council, she'll chair the council, get the whatever report comes out of it, and then deliver the commander-in-chief to take that final decision. And nobody else can do that.
All right. Interesting, fascinating details on the military protocol. I'll still come back to the Foster General issue in just a minute. Let's cross over to the Lee Funeral Home, where Hassan Mugambi is standing by with the latest. Hassan, are we right on schedule as the trip started right now, and what activities are you seeing around you?
All the activities I'm seeing around me is that a couple of military police just clearing the way and ensuring that there will be an easy flow of traffic, so to speak, in coordination, of course, with the contingent also of General Service Unit officers from the G Company who have been here since Friday last week. And remember, at the moment the former head of state passed on, this became some form of an installation with a lot of security personnel here. So right now, the ones that have arrived is a guard that will be escorting the cortege down to State House before heading to Nyayo National Stadium. So yes, like you have pointed out, we are well in schedule. Any military event usually takes place with the punctuality being one of the biggest things that are looked into and adhered to with precision. So we're expecting that this at the Aguin Codec, as well as Valley Road and the road leading to State House, will be closed for these purposes later on today. So any person or anybody willing or with errands in these areas is advised to seek alternative routes, because this will be closed in honor of Mwai Kibaki as he makes his way, or rather his body makes his way to the State House Nairobi for a short prayer session before leaving and heading all the way to Nyayo National Stadium for the big event today. So just clearance here and there. We can see military officers just clearing the way and ensuring that this is going to be going on very, very smoothly without any traffic interruption, as well as members of the public interaction. So every person will be directed on where they are expected to be without proper documentation or badges. You will not be allowed to be near the whole event. Already we are just being informed. If Willie, you can just pan to that other side, we are already being informed to clear the gates where the Lee Funeral Home has carrying the body of President Kibaki is expected to be leaving. Remember, he will depart the Lee Funeral Home inside the hearse, then he will be the body will be loaded now to the gun carriage, the ceremonial vehicle, after the short prayers in State House before the march that will be proceeding to that particular place. So that is the latest that we have here. We will be keeping you posted as and when events continue happening, and live pictures will be coming your way from the Lee Funeral Home, where any minute from now we're expecting that the pall bearers, those officers or the ranks of colonel, will be around, and they will load the body into the hearse before the drive towards State House begins.
vehicles have been, of course, blocked from passing in front of Lee Funeral Home, but we noticed quite a few people getting their morning exercise in, running past you. So foot traffic, not a problem, we can assume right now?
Yes, this is right now it is not a problem, but as and when the cottage will be on the move, now that will not be allowed as well.
Hassan, you seem to have seen quite a number of the military officers there, which I'm sure you might not be able to tell which ranks there, but what have you seen? Have they done a dress rehearsal, something like that?
Well, the full dress rehearsal took place yesterday, and because there's nothing that comes as a surprise for them, the men and women in uniform from the Kenya Defence Forces especially, nothing comes as a surprise. They did their full dress rehearsal yesterday. I've seen a couple of colonels who are usually the pall bearers, of course under the leadership of Brigadier, who is Brigadier Jeff Nyaga in this case, who one time was the sector commander, Sector 2 in Somalia, where the Kenya Defence Forces is continuing with a peacekeeping mission there. And he has been the one, and a couple of military police who are usually the orderlies in as far as the KDF is concerned. They are just maintaining the order that and ensuring that everything will happen smoothly and according to plan.
Hassan, before we let you go, you know, under ordinary circumstances, we'd expect a hearse there, but here we're talking about a gun carriage. Has it arrived, and is it the exact same one that has always been ferrying the former head of state to Parliament? Have you seen it there?
No, what we know so far is that the gun carriage is at State House. So from here, the family, together with the body, of course, will be driven inside the hearse all the way to State House, and then after the short prayers session that will take place there is when now it will be loaded on the ceremonial vehicle for the purposes of heading all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. So not yet. If at all it was supposed to be loaded on it, then it would be here by now.
All right. Thank you so much, Hassan Mugambi at Lee Funeral Home, giving us a take on what's happening there. What's live on your screens right now, of course, is Nyayo National Stadium. Preparations still going there. Civilians are allowed to enter the stadium. As we said earlier, everyone must be seated by 8 a.m. Of course, dignitaries will be making their way a bit later on. But let me just also update you on the roads that will be affected today. Mombasa Road, Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue, Processional Way and Aerodrome Road. Of course, when the body of the late Mwai Kibaki is in transit to Nyayo National Stadium. So please be aware of those interruptions through the day.
It's a 6-kilometer stretch, and you will see police officers lined up all through it as the gun carriage makes a very slow pace into Nyayo National Stadium, where the state funeral is happening right in the next few minutes or so. You can see pictures there of people getting ready. Yesterday, there was a full dress rehearsal. And with us in studio, still Brigadier retired Ahmed Mohammed, a military protocol expert. There's a lot of questions we have for you, Brigadier Ahmed. But let's start off with, we were talking about the 4-star general. I'm still back to that. You had mentioned that there's only one at a time in the entire country. I still want to understand why is it just one, and yet the 3-star general, they're quite a number.
Yeah, again, Trevor, that goes with the element of command. Yeah. That up the system along. You see, for instance, when you have on-star general, what you call a brigadier, yeah, they'll be commanding formations or brigades. Now, in that formation, that 1-star is actually the commander. And in that, as I said, formation, it's only one person whom all the functions of command rest with, yeah, to allow for duplication and issues of confusion here and there. Yeah. So as you go up, of course, again, the fact that in an organization, you know, the bottom is always very wide. Right. And as you go up, the apex is only confined to one person. So this also, to ensure command across the entire system, across the services, all those functions and powers rests in one person, the Chief of Defense Staff.
Yeah, and I also noticed that there's symbols that they have. There's the sword, and then there's something that looks almost like a spade. I don't know what you guys call it, which the CDF always has. What is the significance of those two? Or is this just for different ceremonies?
Well, again, you'll find that, you see, the good thing is we have ceremonies, like what we are having today, and we have operations in theater. Now, for normal ceremonies, like what we have today, where is National Day, you'll find that the soldiers are either just in full gear or with their weapons. Now, for the command, you'll find that any officer who is in command, or not in command, but any officer who is on parade and who is taking part at that senior level will have a sword, what we call the sword of honor. And this goes back again to traditions, military traditions and history, where in those olden days, you'll find the commander, during the Napoleonic days, the commander in theater, general officer, will give direction with a sword and saying, let's go. Even on the horse, he'll say, let's go. That is a sign of command and authority. And therefore, that sword is reserved again today for commanders. And therefore, all the senior officers today will have their swords with them. Now, tomorrow, and maybe partly today also, we'll see what we call the reverse arms, where, again, in terms of honor and respect, the weapons normally face forward in theater. For today, in terms of the day, therefore, it will be reverse arms, meaning that we are at peace, we are honoring one of our heroes, and therefore put back the arms. And then you'll find at times the arms will go pointing downwards. But tomorrow, you start tomorrow. And the sword, like today and tomorrow particularly, will be facing backwards. Normally, when it is put back in its resting place, it is facing forward. Again, as an honor tomorrow, all the swords will face backwards in respect of the Commander-in-Chief whom we are bidding farewell.
You've mentioned throughout this conversation, Brigadier, how much of a role tradition plays in all of this, and we've borrowed heavily from British tradition especially. Then why are we using a military gun carriage as opposed to maybe a hearse in this scenario? And what is the significance around that? Now, again,
Victoria, that goes into history. And the fact that we borrow very much from the Commonwealth, which is very rich, apparently, in tradition. Why? Because the monarch is among the oldest in our times. And therefore, they have been observing this in the all through, whereby, remember, in the olden days, in fact, in the British Empire, as they went on, the kings and the queens used to have their own regiments. The queen's own regiment, the king's own regiment, with a lot of glamour, around the sovereign. And those days, in fact, in history, over the years, for the Commonwealth, in fact, more so for UK, the tradition has been that anytime we lose the monarch or the sovereign, then the body will be carried in the gun carrier. And that is reserved for the monarch. You may ask, what about the rest? And I mentioned before that we have two functions in terms of burials at such a high level. One is a state function, as observed today. The one just below that is the ceremonial funeral. The state funeral is reserved for the sovereign, the monarch, or any outstanding person who have had an honor in that state. And there are very few will have that. Anybody else will fall back to the second category. Second category is the ceremonial funeral. In this one, for instance, in the UK, you'll find people like the Queen Mother, even Prince Philip last year was given the same honors as ceremonial.
Hold on that thought in just a bit. We'll come back to the details of that just shortly. Let's cross over to Nyayo National Stadium where Raquel Mugai is standing by the ladies. Raquel, good morning. It's good to see you. What's happening where you are? And people already started streaming in. They were supposed to be seated by 8 a.m. Raquel?
Good morning, Trevor. We are off to a smooth start here at the Nyayo Stadium. No incidences to report at this particular point. But from where I stand, I can see just a few, less than 100 members of the public that have been allowed in. And we're expecting thousands of them to arrive here to just condole with the family and to celebrate the life of a man who dedicated 50 years of his life to the public service. But at this point, Trevor, on my right, that is where we do expect the family to be sitting, the clergymen as well, and that is where the remains or the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki will also be placed as we come here to celebrate his life.
Thank you for joining us.
So at this point, we see a few members having already arrived. We do expect some more because this sits, we expect that they're going to be filled. On to my left, this is where the dignitaries will be seating, dignitaries from around the world, from across the world, and from especially Africa, the leaders that he got to interact with, those who have just come to also pay their respects, their final respects before the late President Mwai Kibaki is laid to rest tomorrow at his rural home. At this point, it's not yet full, but we do expect that by 8, where the team had Dr. Fred Matiang'i and the burial committee had stated that they do expect that by 8 a.m. today, people will have sat here, people will have respected the time, and so that we can start in due time and also expect to finish at around 1 this afternoon. So up until this point, everything appears smooth. We do have a lot of security officers that have been deployed here at this point at major entrances. Even as we entered in the morning, we did find a lot of them just undergoing the final rehearsals and just doing the final touches from here to ensure that there is no incidents that will be reported, especially when you're dealing with public or members of the public. We also do have officials and officers from the first aid teams just to ensure that in case of any instances where they might be required, they're also there to offer their help. So at this point, we'll be keeping the rest of the public or the rest of the country updated on what exactly happens here. But at this point, we do understand that a lot of members of the public are at one particular entry where they're being searched. A lot of them have actually come this morning, and it's a good sign. Having to see them just coming here and braving this cold weather to just celebrate the life of President Mwai Kibaki, who has been said to have done a lot of things in matters of education, in matters of infrastructure, in matters of the economy. And therefore, it will be a good thing for the family also, having the members of the public join with them to celebrate his life. Trevor.
Of entry right now, is there some sort of identification that is sought from the ordinary citizens coming through? And also I see there's a segmented area there to your left or to your right, depending on where you're standing. What is the plan like? What is the entry plan looking like?
So the entry plan, based on my experience or what we have undergone so far, you have to open your bags. They have to check, the security officers have to check what exactly is there. They also, for us as media professionals, we also had to issue our badges just to be let in. But at this point where I'm standing, and I believe it's to my left, that you're referring to, this is gate 11, from where the dignitaries, from where the, not really dignitaries, but from where the artists, the choir members, those who will come to entertain the public and the family, this will be their entrance gate. From this particular point is where they'll be coming in. The public, members of the public are coming in through a different section, and I do believe that is where we'll be giving an update on what exactly is happening at that particular point, and what are some of the security measures that have also been put in place to ensure that at the end, the safety of everyone has been considered and everyone is safe, even as we celebrate the life of Mwai Kibaki.
All right, thanks, Raquel. Raquel Mugai there speaking to us from Nyayo National Stadium, where people are expected to be in there by 8 a.m. She says the protocols of security are being observed. There's a security checks there, and there's designated places to be seated where people are expected to be seated. The heads of state are supposed to be sitting in the middle, right? That's where there seems to be a red carpet that has been segmented for the family and the dignitaries there. And also joining us in studio is John Kinuthia, who's a security expert as well on this. John, thank you so much for making time for us. What do you expect to see, based on what you've observed before, what do you expect to see throughout today, and what significance is it?
Thank you, Trevor. I'm very glad to be here with you and Vicky and Brigadier General. it's quite interesting to me. The first thing I remembered, we were here during the late President Moi's burial, and I observed that between the first and the second president, the funerals, that is, there were 42 years. And then February 2020, February 8th, we were here. It was the second president's time, and now 2 years later, we are burying the third president. The first thing that strikes me is that we no longer have one of our former presidents alive. At the time President Uhuru came in, there were still two former presidents alive. And I noticed the somber look in his face as he was, viewing the body, because, of all Kenyans, 4 presidents, he's the only one alive. The second thing to note is, you remember this week there was a scheduled viewing for the members of the public, but people went a day in advance and milled Parliament grounds, and an adjustment was made by the committee to allow the public to start viewing 1 day earlier. President Kibaki's demise is quite impactful to Kenya, because a lot of citizens today are feeling the impact of his reign, the impact of his leadership, and most importantly, the economic and strategic decisions that he made. You'll notice there are 10 heads of state. There are many dignitaries who are here to pay last respect. And as a country, it is a somber time, and also a time to celebrate. We have a unique tradition as a country in Africa, because other countries in Africa, transitions are usually messy. The advent of one leadership sometimes typically means the former president takes off and goes into exile. But here in Kenya, we honor our leaders, we respect them, we pay respect. I remember Brigadier General saying last time, how we are learning as we go, because these traditions, the military gets them from our Commonwealth heritage, but we improve on them every time we bury a president. And you notice this time, there's an articulation of protocol, of process, of the ceremonial aspects of it, and the people are really, in it. And I see a unifying. Tragedy has two aspects. There's a grieving part of it, but there's a unifying factor. Kenya has become quite political. I think the average Kenya has a master's in political science, just by how we're able to dissect politics. Yeah. But you notice sometimes our politics have become acrimonious. One of the key aspects of President Kibaki's reign is that he focused more on the economics and the strategic, the infrastructure, the telecommunications, the education, the tenets, the pillars that make a country thrive. And it was at the expense of politics. So sometimes, people thought he was laid back. Sometimes they thought he didn't strike all the political notes. It's not that he couldn't. When he went to Makerere, he actually got 3 degrees. He had the political science, he had the economics, and also history. He's a student of history. It's not that he couldn't do that, but he made a strategic choice to prioritize the economy and the strategic, and then put politics at the backseat. He did pay a political price for it. Yeah. And sometimes we are a bit dramatic because we remember a lot of that. But there's a lot that he did. And today, his death, interestingly, is a unifying factor. You will hardly find, even the people who disagreed or competed with him politically, you'll hardly find somebody who doesn't have something to say about him. The other thing is, it's unveiled who he really was. People thought he was a laid-back president. People thought, he took a back seat. But now you'll hear his key ministers, his advisors, his chiefs of staff and other people telling you how hands-on he was, that when you gave him a briefcase of documents, by the next morning you'd find all these notes and comments. He actually was a very active and hands-on leader in the background. Right. So today we mourn and celebrate a leader, and I'm hoping as Kenyans, as we go into an election period, that for once we can change that background of acrimony and contention and severe aggressive competition, and see this statesman who lies in state today, a gentleman president, and come together and also focus on issues. Our politics have become quite focused on, you know, ethnicity, region, faction, and interests. And to the extent we can articulate our politics, like he did choose and make a strategic choice on the economics, on the strategic issues, you know, what will he do for our children's children? How will Kenya be different? And I hope Kenyans are thinking about today, where do we get the next president, Mwai Kibaki? Where do we get the next president, Uhuru Kenyatta? I was looking at the parallels between the two presidents. There's some people, we were here in studio with the Honorable Kimani Ngunjiri, and he made a point that some people even see almost, you know, a direct line between the two presidents, almost conspiratorial, they say. If you look at their backgrounds, they both went to the London School of Economics. They both have a degree in economics. They both have, you know, a degree in political science. Yeah. But one seems to lay the foundation for the other. And I had the president the other day say he's laid the foundation for the next person. If we took a strategic view which is cumulative and thought about how one president leads to the other, by the former president, the late president, bringing free education. Today, so many people, not just at primary level, it was strategic. Now we have so many graduates. Before I had the professor yesterday on set saying that there only used to be 3,000 graduates at university level. Yeah. Today there are so many. But not just that, he brought the fiber cables and transformed the whole telecommunications era of Kenya. He brought the highways, and people remember him for that. And now we can see the infrastructural you know, benefits of that. Even the current president, once he leaves, will be able to see the strategic things that there are a lot of infrastructural developments, and they come at a cost, and even at a political cost. And again, it's always competing priority against the other. But what I see today is an opportunity for Kenyans to come together and say, we can be unified, we can be better, we can have a better politics, we can talk about issues, not persons. We can talk about developing the country for our future. And Kenya is in a very blessed and strategic positions. We've never been at war. And it's important that we see all this as an umbrella that was, the foundation was laid by his presidency. That's what I see and reflect. Thank you.
You know, it's incredible, John, that you mentioned how tragedy can be a unifying factor, considering how this election season has been quite contentious.
Yes.
And Brigadier, you know, when you think about the military taking lead on this and the order and respect of the military being on display, how important and significant is that as the country takes a pause to see the military show those qualities and attributes at a time like this as we move into elections?
Yes. I'd like to pick on from where John has said in terms of the state function, its importance for a nation, and the fact that one of the key elements is that it is a unifying factor, you know, in terms of national unity. We all actually today observe this great day together, you know, forgetting our differences, our issues, and all that, and all come out, you know, to observe and respect our late president. Now, in all this, institutions have a major role to play. And the military, for that purpose, has a major role to play in such circumstances, that will stand out as one of the national institutions that will come in, you know, provide calm, you know, to show solidarity. And the fact that we are both useful in peacetime and wartime makes us available for all occasions. And indeed, I always say that the pomp and glory that goes with such occasions is best displayed by the military in their full colors when they come on. And their pride also to do this. And the fact that in terms of order, it calls for a lot of order, a lot of discipline, you know, and therefore that is best found or rests with the armed forces. And we are known for that. And therefore, in terms of timings, in terms of schedules, in terms of security, in terms of the flow, that can best come from the armed forces, where these issues of discipline, issues of how to do things are best found. So for us, it's an honor, you know, to come in on such days and display this. I know one thing for sure also is the fact that our citizens know us very well. And when you come out there, in fact, they come in large numbers to see what we have to offer, which is, we appreciate, because we're here for them. We're here to serve them, and we're here to defend them.
Yeah. And John, let me bring you back on this. From a security analyst perspective,
yes,
what goes into the planning of such an event? Because many people argue that the security, this is when we are most vulnerable, considering all focus is on one event. Is that necessarily true, or is this when we are the most strongest because all our military, everybody is deployed for this function?
Yes. So I'll take again from where the Brigadier General left. When you have a state function, the first thing to remember, the military is apolitical, which means as a primary tenet and foundation, it is not supposed to lean one way or the other. So that's why they hand over from one presidency to the other, and they have specific responsibility for ensuring national transitions, national security. The foreign, what we call the national security interest of this country is in their hands. That goes also together with the national interest, which we talked about, which is unity, which is the ceremonial honoring of the late leader. He's a five-star general. He's their commander. So what you notice, for example, when the casket will go around, is that he will be honored and he will take the ceremonial lap just like other leaders do. Now, to answer your question, the military excels at such times, like the Brigadier General says. It is their time to shine, but also they are very strategic. The military is by its nature on alert on such occasions to the extent that the vulnerability that people may perceive is actually eliminated very strategically. So the first thing is that there are layers of security. The ceremonial part may overshadow and be at the forefront, but the other layers of security are in place. They will manage the traffic, they will manage the roads, they will manage the infrastructure, they will manage access, they will manage who gets where. And the military doesn't negotiate on security aspects. Remember, we have 10 heads of state and government here with us today, in addition to our own head of state and government. Remember, there are so many dignitaries, there are so many Kenyans. So you will find that both from an intelligence perspective, from an operational perspective, from a general security perspective, from a traffic perspective, they excel at managing. So I would rebuttal the perception that we are vulnerable. We are actually not. They are very, very alert. And the organs of national security are way beyond what you can see. And beyond what you can see are very overt and also covert, operational and strategic measures taken to ensure that the function goes as well. The dignitaries are well protected. The Kenyans themselves, the Brigadier General made a very important point. They are serving Kenyans, and it is their pride to serve Kenyans. Yeah. So they take pride in not just serving the dignitaries, but every single Kenyan citizen who shows up is part of their protectee in the larger context of things. One unusual aspect of President Kibaki's reign was that he took the wider view. You remember, he invigorated the East African community to widen our markets. So even from a security point of view, the lens is widened today. We have 10 leaders, instrumental and strategic leaders of this continent, and the military excels at that. And not just the military, there are many other organs of national security, the National Intelligence Service, the National Police Service, and all the associated combined security under the leadership of the National Security Council. And what you find is that there's seamless coordination. If you've ever had a chance to see interagency coordination at its best, it is functions such as this. And I believe Kenyans should, be at rest and remember, sometimes we forget. Hindsight is, it's retrospectively 2020. It is perfect, but the last major event we had of such was Dusit, and since then people may take for granted what has happened, but we've enjoyed peace and calm, and it is not just by chance. Many people have taken very deliberate steps to protect, and today is one of those key days, and not just here at Nyayo National Stadium. all the way to Othaya, you'll be able to notice unusual excellence in how traffic is managed, in how the Brigadier General said the military keeps time. They observe, they keep their promise, let's put it that way. And you will see traffic flowing, you'll see people being able to go about honoring the late president without having to worry about security.
Yeah, Brigadier, I see you smiling on that.
Yes. That's a very good question, Trevor, in terms of you're on parade today, and you might be vulnerable. How do you respond to this? Yeah. Trevor, you realize that over the years, and for most military armed forces, we learn from history. And we've learned from history that major attacks have happened on such days. Yeah. And because of that, therefore, we have been able to prepare accordingly. A good example is the Yom Kippur War. The Yom Kippur War, the Egyptians took advantage of that day, a national day, to attack Israel. And Israel responded appropriately during the occasion, although they were a bit taken by surprise. Out of such previous actions, we have learned to prepare accordingly because you are very vulnerable on such days. On the other hand, you must realize that, very interestingly, what we give you today is just a very small portion of the armed forces, maybe only 5%. The rest are back in their stations, doing what they do best, defending this great nation. Yeah. Yes. And
at any given point, can there be a lapse in the command? Because there was a conversation at some point that there should be no point where a C, the commander-in-chief, is not in place. Hence the seamless swearing in of heads of state. How does that command structure work for the army? Is there going to be some level of destabilization if there's no C, or do you guys stay intact in your barracks and until something is done?
A very good point, again, Trevor, in terms of chain of command, where we don't take chances. I'll give you a small example. The smallest unit of the army is a section of 9 men, led by a corporal. 9 men. Yeah. Those 9 men have a corporal and a lance corporal as the command. Yeah. The rest 7 follow. Now, we don't take chances. At any one time, there's never a vacuum. Should a vacuum occur at any point, the next person will take charge, and they know who will take charge. So even for the 9, the corporal goes, lance corporal takes over. The remaining 7 know exactly. If the 2 go, who will take charge first, who will take second, and it flows all the way. And that goes all the way from the lowest command to the commander-in-chief. There's never a vacuum at any one time. And nobody tells you, take charge now. It's automatic and forced straight away.
So with that in mind, then it means there's a structure that the military have that we, the civilians, may not necessarily have. Because for us, it's always the president, deputy president, speaker of the National Assembly. Are you saying that in the event of any of these 3 being shaken a bit, then the army would know who to come in?
For us, actually, we don't come in at that level. You see, as John said, we are, one, very apolitical. Right. Number two, we take command from the civilian government. Yeah. We have no option on that. We are known for that. And therefore, we don't interfere unless we are called to do that. But within our own formations, the armed forces formations, there's never a vacuum. We know exactly if anything happens, who will take over at what time. And there are no instructions, by the way, given. No, it's automatic. He goes and I'll take charge. He goes and I'll take charge. All the way down to the last person, to the last surviving person.
Right, let's now come to what's happening at Lee Funeral Home. A bit of action there. We can see some military officers arranging themselves, of course, dressed in red. These will be the pallbearers for the casket. Brigadier, what are the ranks of these particular officers?
Now, at this point, from Lee Funeral Home, we'll only have the guards who will escort the cottage from Lee Funeral Home up to the State House. And you see that there'll be the outriders and then the escort, that's all. Yeah. The pallbearers will be actually in State House, waiting to offload from the cottage onto the gun carriage. Yeah. So essentially, just more like an escort function for now, at this moment, up to State House, where the official function will start off at State House after the prayers.
So are there any specific ranks for those pallbearers who will be at State House?
Now, don't forget that when we were having the borderline state in Parliament, we gave the Commander-in-Chief about 4 colonels who were standing at the 4 corners, where the body was lying in state. what you see is 4, but there are very many. And the change of guard is part of that. Every 1 hour, they're doing change of guard to ensure that you're strong, you remain vigilant, and all that. So it's a team that is there, about almost 20 of them that will do that. And therefore, even in State House, that number will be there at any one time to ensure that if there's need to carry the body, they are there to do that. It belongs to them until the final resting place tomorrow in Othaya.
What is the significance, Brigadier, of the attire they're wearing? Because I can see some of them back there on the screen, on the shots you have on screen in red. There are some who had blue, and then now you can see the General Service Unit as well.
Now, what you see, Trevor, is what we call our ceremonial dress, our highest order in terms of dressing. For the Army, it is a red tunic that you can see there laid out. And now you mentioned blue.
Yeah.
The blue is the same equivalent, but for the Air Force.
Okay.
And the white, of course, same equivalent for the Navy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's no significance in color, it's just ceremonial.
No.
Because why would the Navy, for example, be in white?
Trevor, I thought we have been on display to this nation for a long time.
Yes.
And you understand who we are in terms of the defense forces. And I'm sure the public know very well that on such occasions, the Army in red tunic, in red, the Air Force in their best blue will come second in terms there. And the Navy in the pure white will always come third in that order. So when they march today, or any time you see the armed forces marching, you'll see that order. The Army at the front, the Air Force just behind, and the Navy at the back. And that reflects also their numbers in terms of overall contribution, really.
But this doesn't have anything to do with ranking.
No. Okay, of course, we among ourselves will say that the Army is the lead in that, but it's not an issue really. The element of tri-service takes charge. We respect each other, we are equals, and we're happy to perform as and when required in a very seamless way, at any one time.
All right. Let me bring in John on this. And John, in terms of security, you've been involved a lot in the Nyumba Kumi initiative, and we were earlier on talking about how intricate our security systems are. Is this where our silver bullet lied in terms of the Nyumba Kumi initiative, or do we need more?
Firstly, let me back up what the Brigadier General has said. If you notice, when the chiefs of defense forces are sent, they come from any of the 3 services. So to his point, it is seamless. And he did mention about the proportion in numbers, about the Army being more than the Navy, and then, the Air Force and then the Navy. In terms of your question, and that's one again of the visionary strategic efforts by the former late president, because this whole idea of Nyumba Kumi, the initial foundations were laid during his presidency. The idea of Nyumba Kumi is that, your immediate neighbors, and that was estimated that the 10 immediate neighbors to your right, to your left, in front of you, behind you, and maybe if you have some sort of high-rise or storied building, the people around you. Now, the concept of security cannot be achieved if the person to whom or the person being secured is not involved. You notice that in Kenya, a lot of crimes that we have in communities and neighborhoods don't come from far away from the community. So most of the time, if you're in a particular area and somebody gets mugged, the likelihood that the people mugging come from the immediate neighborhood of that community is usually very high. So the whole concept of Nyumba Kumi was to ensure that the citizens themselves took a front seat in managing security. It is what is called community policing on one end, and then it is the management of security at that granular level, so that one, there's a two-way relationship between the police service and the citizens that it's guarding. So the citizens will give information to the police service that, hey, we're having this particular security challenge. We believe it's coming from this and this particular people in this particular neighborhood. And then the reverse also is true. The police service will have a community outreach, and that two-way relationship will help. We talked about the Dusit incident earlier, and we said the people that were involved were able to be nested in a certain community for quite a while, and at such points the discussion about Nyumba Kumi and its effectiveness arose. What I think we need to do as Kenyans going forward, again, is adopt that strategic approach and say, hey, how do we secure our neighborhood? There are economic factors that go into security. There are, infrastructural factors that go into security. Everybody knows that if the street lights go off at a particular area, sometimes it's deliberate. There are people who are known thugs to turn off street lights in a particular area where they want to make an investment. And the issue is that infrastructure has a role. The social fabric has a role. The development of the community has a role. Some of us have lived abroad for many years, and we do know that there's a proportional, relationship between how much is invested in a certain community and the security aspects of it. So our leadership, when it takes that wider...
Right. John, sorry, let me interrupt you really quickly. Let's cross over to our colleague Brenda Wanga, standing by at Nyayo National Stadium to give us an update. Brenda, what do you have?
Well, thank you, Victoria. We're here at the Nyayo National Stadium where preparations are underway for the service that will be taking place here in honor of the late Mwai Kibaki. As it is right now, the gates have been opened. The members of the public have started streaming in. The members of the military, the police, the security forces are here just making sure that everything is as it should be. But the process starts on the other end from Lee Funeral Home here. Everything is just being made sure that everything flows as it's supposed to be. As you are all aware, this will likely be a military event. We have members of the military already on location here, just running around and making sure that everything will be ready when the body of the late Mwai Kibaki makes its way here at around 10:45 a.m. when the state reception of his body will begin, led by the President Uhuru Kenyatta.
All right, we'll have to come back to Brenda Wanga when she's a bit more audible, but she's at Nyayo National Stadium. As you can see, a lot more action now. The choir rehearsing as they prepare for the arrival of dignitaries and the President, and of course, the casket bearing the body of the late Mwai Kibaki.
Absolutely. Before we went over to Nyayo National Stadium, John, you were talking to us about the Nyumba Kumi initiative and how it was initiated by the former president, Mwai Kibaki, and how it was supposed to work. And also we can see there is, like Brigadier was saying, quite a serious security check. You can also see some of them on top of the buildings there. We'll find out from Brigadier what that strategy is like. They may be the sharpshooters or the snipers. We would also like to find out from you, is there an area where someone covers so that I know that if I'm a sharpshooter, my focus is on one area, or am I just roving around? But we'll come to that in just a bit. John, you were talking about the Nyumba Kumi.
So what I was saying is that the Brigadier General made a very important point, that we learn from history, and in security it is a revolving and continuous cycle of learning and knowledge. Security challenges are dynamic, they change. They evolve with times. They evolve with technology. They evolve with the availability of instruments of peace and law enforcement versus weapons in the hands of the wrong people. So it is a continuous challenge. So the whole aspect of Nyumba Kumi, it was supposed to inform itself and learn as you go. And many times we as a citizenry, as we were talking before about the political side, we said we need to take on a hands-on, role in ensuring that our politics becomes issue-based. The same with security. Our security needs to be where there's a word in English called in the interest of self-preservation. We as a citizenry need to take that role and say, if I'm aware that the insecurity in a particular neighborhood is coming from my neighbor, and I've managed, security in many aspects in this city, you notice that there are ways that you can resolve that. You can reach out to the parents of that young man who, seems to have gone rogue. And security needs you to also look at, like I was saying before we went to the other scene, that security needs to have those underlying factors. You need to look at the economic. What is causing that young man to feel that the only option for him is crime, right? Yeah. So a responsible leader would be able to look at those foundations and say, we need lighting in this community. So that is important. We need opportunities for the young men to engage in proper economic activity. Yeah. We also need a good neighborhood cohesion, so people are talking to each other. We need good relationships between the citizenry and the law enforcement so that there's a two-way street. in terms of the strategic and going forward, security in today's era is now a global issue, and I would want to say Kenya has done a magnificent role in ensuring. Sometimes the security agencies don't get the credit they deserve. They have done a fantastic job, because every time in the news, in the global news, we see capital cities being attacked. We see all kinds of atrocities happening. And remember, security is not just about terrorist events and all that. There's also mass shootings. There's also all kinds of other security events. So it is times like this when we can give credit, like the Brigadier General was saying, to the people who behind the scenes work very hard to ensure people are safe. Remember, one of the tenets of President Kibaki's reign is that he professionalized not just the civil service, but also the security sector. So you saw, for example, at the time he came in, a DC, who we now call a DCC, the Deputy County Commissioner, was earning a paltry 20,000 shillings. And he immediately increased their salaries to over 100,000 shillings, and then now demanded accountability. And he went reforming that sector step by step, stage by stage. You notice now that the chiefs, if you look at the national security order, all the way to the very granular level that you have asked about, there's an assistant chief that is right next to the community. Above him, there's a senior chief. Above him, there's an assistant county commissioner, who we used to call the DO, the district officer. And then there's now a deputy county commissioner, who we used to call the DC. Above him, there's a county commissioner. And then overseeing the county commissioners is a regional commissioner. That kind of command that goes right to the people. And you notice now, social services are being delivered through these people. Welfare, when there are, tokens for the elderly, the chiefs are involved. Even now, you'll notice when people are being asked who would like to go pay respects to the head of state, the former head of state, the chiefs were doing that and telling people, let me know your name and your ID number. So the idea is at that granular level to have a two-way street where the citizens and the government are coordinating in ensuring the security of the nation. And again, let's give credit where it's due, because we have enjoyed peace, especially compared to some of our neighbors where there's been perennial insecurity.
Certainly. And let's cross over to Nyayo National Stadium. A lot more activity now picking up. Raquel Muigai is there just to give us an update. We can see some more military officers made their way. What can you tell us, Raquel, and what you're seeing there?
Victoria, at this particular point, it's quite smooth from this side. So where I'm standing is one of the entrances of the public, members of the public, where they're coming in, and this is one of them. So at this particular point, it's moving quite fast, and there are two things that they're looking for. One, you cannot enter with any food items. They're not allowed in. And also, you're not allowed in with any water or any bottles full of whatever liquid that you fill them up with. So you will have to leave them or pour the liquid before you're allowed in. But definitely they have to search the bags and do that. But we've stood here for almost around a minute or two, and the queues are moving quite fast because there are two entrances. But right now I'm joined by one of the members of the public who has dressed quite well. Mzee, karibu sana. Thank you so much. If you can just introduce yourself and tell us why you also just decided to have this attire on, and what are your expectations for today?
Now, first of all, I'll say my name. I'm Dr. Gishoro from Muranga. And I'm one of the elders, the senior Kikuyu elders. I'm the Maki, that is an elder who is a priest. Now, I've come specifically here to say goodbye to one of my best friends, whom I've met often, and two, the one who gave me this order, which is called the Order of the Grand Warrior of Kenya, because of the work that he saw me doing in our republic. Now that he has departed, we have come to give him the best we can offer for him, because he did the best for himself, for the nation of Kenya. And I'm very happy being here to give him a send-off, and again to tell Kenyans, let's pick and select leaders who will emulate the late president.
Yes. And probably if you can just show us for the entire country to see what exactly you're talking about, and which year was this that you were given this order?
I may not remember the year, but with all honesty, I was offered this because I had done a lot for the nation. I can say very well, my line is veterinary medicine, and I'm an inventor, not just a person selling drugs, but an inventor. Whenever an issue arises that threatens the animals in our country, I am always at the forefront to attack the disease that has come in to reduce poverty to Kenyans. Yes.
Thank you so much. And I see you're joined by your friend. I don't know if he'll allow to speak to us. Mzee, njoo tu karibu tueleze pia wewe. Ni mapema sana, asubuhi na mapema umefika hapa. Tueleze, unatarajia nini leo? What are your expectations and how do you remember Kibaki even as you're here?
Kibaki naweza kumshukuru sana. Hata kama ameaga, tumeshukuru sana kwa vile mambo yake alifanya mingi sana, hata tuwezi kusema ni gani. Maana alitufanyia mambo mzuri sana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na tunamkumbuka sana. Hata kama naenda, tutakuwa tukimkumbuka maisha yetu yote.
Na majina kamili?
Jamhuri Kimaina Kamau. Kutoka huko Mkulini Nyagathaga.
Yes, asante sana, and thank you so much for joining us here to celebrate the life of the late president. Thank you so much. You too. Yes. So, I mean, it's just from, these are just a few of the members of the public that we've got to interact with, but from those ones that we've seen, we've also seen that they are bearing a photo of the late president just at their chests. And right now, if we can just, we can see from where I am, I mean, it would be good to show you this kind of pictures that we're receiving here from this part of the entrance. These particular members of the public have decided to have a very grand entrance, chanting whatever songs those are, carrying their umbrellas. We do not know from where exactly they are from, but I mean, it's a very good mood at this particular point just to celebrate the life of President Mwai Kibaki. And one thing is that even as the members of the public come from this particular entrance, going towards the security check, there is the photo gallery just representing the life of the late president from his early days in the 1960s to him as a member of parliament, to him as a minister, and finally him as the president of the country. And it's a very good remembrance just at the end of the day, even as they queue here to remember who exactly they're coming to celebrate, who exactly they're coming to mourn with the family together. This is a photo gallery that has been mounted here that was at the parliament buildings where the late president's body was lying in state for 3 days. So we do expect, so far at this particular point, it's quite smooth, no incidences to speak about, Victoria, but the numbers are quite high, building up by each moment, building up at every minute, and you do see that they have carried their umbrellas, and I do believe that definitely it's been preparation of the weather and how the weather will look like. But if I can just call one of them so we can just speak to them. Njoo. Asante sana. Yes, naona mmekuja mmeingia na fujo na nderemo hapa. Hebu tueleze umetoka wapi, majina kamili, na hii mwavuli naona pia imechorwa
Kibaki.
Yes, tueleze.
Mimi nimetoka Kisii, inaitwa Isaac Motari, tumekuja kulilia mzee. Mzee afanya kazi mzuri, hatungekosa kukuja hapa kwa wingi. Tulisimamisha kila kitu kukuja hapa kulia na kusema pole kwa sababu ya heshima ambayo alifanya. Alisimamisha ekonomi yetu vizuri, na yeye hakuwa na maneno mingi ya siasa, kubishana, kutusiana pana. So we came to mourn and say pole.
Yes. Na naona mmeingia mkiwa wengi. Labda mmetoka nyinyi wote maeneo moja ama?
Tumetoka vikundi tofauti, tumekuja na bus, Kisii, kila mahali, like every county imekuja na watu. So tumekuja na mwavuli, tumekuwa organized, so tumekuja as a team. I think many about 45 counties. Tumekuja tu zote pamoja.
Yes. Asante sana mama, njoo karibu tueleze majina yako kamili, umetoka eneo gani na leo matarajio yako ni ipi?
Majina yangu ni Josephine Ondie Kiatandi kutoka Kisii Central, Nyaliba Chache, Keumbu Ward. Mimi nimekuja kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa mzee Kibaki sababu alitusaidia, hata alileta pesa ya wajane ya mayatima cash transfer 205. Ndio na hata nimeona tu wacha nikuje masisi yake. Asante.
Asante sana. Mzee, pia wewe tueleze kwa kifupi tu majina yako kamili, umetoka wapi, matarajio yako leo ni nini?
James Odida Boga. Natoka Siaya. Nakuja toa rambirambi yangu kwa mzee wangu.
Labda unaweza mkumbuka Kibaki kwa njia ipi?
Naweza kumbuka Kibaki wakati unakuja kwa Jaramogi. Alafu mimi nasalamia Kibaki na mkono. Kama yeye anakuja kwa Jaramogi, Raila ndio naleta yeye. Ndio. Hiyo ndio mnatoa rambirambi yangu.
Asante sana. Asante sana. We do have a lot of people. If I can just take two more. Kindly just introduce yourself. Tueleze majina yako kamili. Mzee, umetoka wapi na unatarajia nini leo?
Kwa majina naitwa Divina Kerubo Nyamao kutoka Suneka, Kisii South. Nimekuja kutoa rambirambi zangu na watu ya kutoka Kisii wenye tumekuja naye, tumekuja kusudia kupigia Mwai Kibaki kwa heri, alale salama. Alitusaidia sana, hata nikikumbuka nikipigia yeye kura akiwa na wheelchair, nikasema yeye tosha. Kwa saizi tunaomboleza kifo chake. Asanteni.
Yes. Mama ndio karibu hapa. Tueleze hizi this particular umbrellas mlitengeneza nyote mkanunua ama mbona mkaamua kuweka mavuli picha?
Umbrella naitwa Naomi Kamau, nimetoka Kitale, Cherengani County. Na hizi umbrella tumepewa bure za serikali kwa ajili ya heshima ya Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki. Hakika alikuwa mzee ambaye alichapa kazi. Niposa tumetoka nyumbani Kitale tukuje tumpe heshima zetu za mwisho.
Haya, asante sana. Yes, naona mnajiunga wengi sana. Haya, tuacha nianze na huyu. Kwa majina kamili, naona leo umeweka picha ya Rais Kibaki kama heshima, tueleze.
Majina naitwa Evanson Mauti kutoka Kucha South. Nimekuja hapa kwa sababu ya mazishi ya mzee Mwai Kibaki kama mwana bodaboda. Yeye ndio mwanzilishi wa bodaboda na nitamkumbuka kwa hilo kwa sababu amenisaidia, nimepata njia ya kupata chakula kwa nyumba yangu na watoto wangu wote. Kwa hivyo ni heshima kubwa sana siku ya leo na tunaendelea kumkumbuka mzee.
Asante sana, asante sana. Nawe umetoka wapi? Tueleze majina kamili. Ni asubuhi sana na mapema, baridi. Tueleze.
Kwa majina naitwa William Kibet Kaino, natoka upande wa Trans Nzoia County. Tumekuja mazishi ya mzee. Mzee alikuwa mtu wa maana, alifufua uchumi wa nchi yetu. So sisi kwa hiyo maisha yote vile alikuwa tuliweza kupata mkate ya maisha kabisa na tuliweza kunufaika kutoka kwake.
Na labda wewe ni nini haswa umependa sana ama ulipenda sana na uongozi wa Rais Mwai Kibaki?
Mimi ninaweza linganishwa na shujaa kama ningekuwa umri imeenda. Ndivyo kabisa.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Kindly introduce yourself, tueleze, and what memorable thing do you remember about Kibaki na ni nini ambayo ulipenda sana kuhusu uongozi wake?
Kwa majina ni Nemwele Migiro Nyamoya, natoka sehemu za Trans Nzoia, Kitale County, Kitale. Na mimi binafsi ninafurahia kwa uongozi wa mzee marehemu Kibaki. Kwa kitu ya kwanza, upande uchukuzi, mimi kama driver ndiye alinifanya nikaweza kuwa na kitu inaitwa page, PSV na vitu vyote hizo. Na katika hiyo harakati ndio niliweza kujifunza, nikafurahia hali ya matatu kwa sababu hata huko najua hata mambo na uniform. Kibaki akiwekwa katika uongozi yake ndiye alitulazimisha tukaweza kuvaa uniform kupitia kwa uongozi ya Michuki, na hapo ndio tuliweza kujifurahia. So kutoka wakati hiyo tuliweza kutambuliwa kama watu wa matatu kupitia kwa uongozi wa Kibaki, kwa sababu wakati hiyo tulikuwa tunalipwa matatu kama driver ulikuwa unalipwa shilingi 150, tulikuwa tunachukuliwa tu maisha kiolela olela. Lakini baadaye, baada ya kuonekana kuna kitu inaitwa page na PSV na hizo vitu, kwa sababu ulikuwa unagaramika kupitia kwa uchumi, kwa pesa zenye unatoa zako mwenyewe, so ilifanya sina ya mshahara wetu ongezeke, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni watu nadra kupata driver kama huyo. So tunajivunia uongozi wake na tunajivunia kwa mambo mingi ambayo aliweza kufanya kwa nchi hii. Ni shujaa kweli. Na hata kando na hiyo, uchumi wa nchi ilikuwa ni mzuri na aliweza kuimarisha kutoka chini mpaka akaweza kuweka katika kiwango ambayo aliweza kuweka. Tunashukuru sana.
Asante sana. Naona aliimarisha na ni vyema umekuja umekuja kumshukuru ama kama njia yako ya heshima. Mam, tafadhali majina kamili.
Naitwa Eda Keter. Ninatoka Trans Nzoia Cherangani sub county.
Yes. Mbona leo ukaamua kufika hapa?
Nimekuja kusherekea maisha ya shujaa wetu, rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwa sababu ya mambo mengi ambayo alifanya. Kwanza sisi kama wamama tunaona uchukuzi. Mabarabara zimejengwa, uchumi ilikuwa imeenda juu, na hata pesa ilikuwa iko mingi. Kwa wakati huu tunaona kidogo haijafika mahali Kibaki alifikisha.
Na labda tu ukiangalia uongozi wake vile alivyokuwa, ni kipi ambacho labda ungetaka hata wale wengine tukielekea uchaguzi waweze kuiga kutoka ule uongozi ambao walikuwa nao, labda karakta yake?
Yeye alikuwa ni mpole na alipenda kuwa wazi na hakupenda hata uongo, na alifanya kazi, alitumia pesa kiwango ambacho sisi na hata wengine tunataka watumia pesa vilivyo ili ustawi wa nchi ikuwe mzuri.
Aya, asante sana. Yes, thank you so much for waiting. If you can kindly introduce yourself, tell us from where you're coming from. Just move a little bit there and look forward. Yes, just introduce yourself. Tueleze umetoka maeneo gani na why you decided to be here today.
Asante. Kwa majina mimi naitwa David Nyambane. Mimi natoka Washingishu. Washingishu, mnakumbuka wakati ya mzee Kibaki yale ambao yalitokea, na wakati huo mimi nilikuwa agent wake wa polling station ya presidential wakati mambo ilitokea kama vile unaona. Ninamkumbuka mzee Kibaki, na imefanya mimi nikuja hapa. Kitu moja alifanya ni wakati Professor Ngeri na William Ruto waliposimamishwa kazi, yeye akasimama na akasema, mimi ndio nimekuandika kazi na hakuna mtu anafuta wewe. Kama hao wengine wangefuata mfano kama wale ambao wanatafuta kasi ya presidential, tafadhali mfuate mfano wa mzee Kibaki, mfuate uongozi wa mzee Kibaki. Mzee Kibaki kama amekupea kasi, afuati nyuma. Kama wewe ni minister mpaka wakati utamaliza. Mzee Kibaki hakupenda umpelekee vitina. Sasa ningependa kama sisi watu ya Washingishu, mbeleni mlikuwa mnasema huko kuna hotspot. Hakuna hotspot mo katika Washingishu. Sisi tuko na amani na tutapiga kura kwa amani. Yule ambao Mungu amesema atakuwa kiongozi, tafadhali 2022 fuata nyayo ya mzee Kibaki. Hayo ndio yamenileta hapa Nyayo Stadium kumwambia kwa heri, na popote anapoenda, sio ati ameenda ametuacha, tutafuata nyayo zake. Na sana ningeimisha kijana wake. Huyu kijana wake sijui kwa nini amepotea katika mambo ya siasa. Bwana Chimi, tafadhali mahali huko, heshima yako, fuata hiyo nyayo na tuko nyuma yako.
Asante sana. Yes, kindly tueleze majina yako kamili, na leo unahisi aje kukua hapa leo kutangamana na familia na Wakenya wengine kumwaga kwa heri Rais Mwai Kibaki?
Asante sana Citizen, asante sana Citizen TV. Leo nimekuja hapa kusema pole kwa kiongozi wetu ambaye alikuwa rais wa 3 wa Kenya hii. Alitusaidia sana kwa pre-primary education na mambo ya CDF na tena kujenga barabara. Yeye alikuwa kiongozi shupavu na alikuwa anahimiza watu wafanye kazi. Hata wakati ule mimi nilikuwa na reka, lakini nilianza kufanya kazi wakati aliposema usirekereke, hakuna cha bwerere. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Samai, natoka Kericho County. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Tunataka amani Kenya yetu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Yes, just a number of from Kenyans, a number of Kenyans just explaining why they're here to celebrate the life of the late President Mwai Kibaki, giving their different opinions on how they remember him, from the free primary education, from the matatu sector, from the drivers who said that he came to reform the matatu sector through Mishuki. And that is a great thing, because it's from that particular point that they got recognized, that they got to improve their lives as well. And therefore, not only from here in Nairobi, these members of the public coming from, but from as far as Kitale, Uasin Gishu, from Kisii County. So we do expect a number of them will be streaming in, because it's just about 30 minutes to the time when the ministry had mentioned, or from when Dr. Fred Matiang'i had mentioned that they do expect that the public will have sat down by 8 and just as to await the event to start, so that it is also a successful event and we do not waste time on what exactly, on just back and forth in terms of in terms of the people coming in. But this far, the numbers are building up every minute, and we do expect to see more people streaming in from this particular moment. Victoria.
Thanks, Raquel. And of course, great to hear from Kenyans in terms of their memories of the late Mwai Kibaki. And it's the small things, Trevor, as we were saying earlier, things like the social protection programs, the free primary education, that gave people access to rights, right to education, health, and other deliverables from government. But you're seeing live pictures now from Nyayo National Stadium. We've been seeing quite a bit of activity of the military Humvees arriving at Lee Funeral Home, arriving at State House. So clear that there could be some more happening there. But just to give you also insight into some of the arrivals of the dignitaries coming in, 3 African heads of state from South Africa, from South Sudan, and from Ethiopia. Also, other prime ministers from Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Uganda will be joining in this ceremony today.
And Vicky, the military are known for precision. It seems the citizens are also in tow and in line with that because the numbers are building up quite fast. They're supposed to be seated by 8 a.m. By around 7:30, the troops are supposed to be in line at Parliament buildings, and this is happening right now. There is a reception at the state funeral procession at the Parliament buildings as well, happening as we speak at the State House. Also, there's movement there. We still have our guest in studio as well, John Kinuthia, security expert, and Brigadier Director Ahmed Mohammed, military protocol expert as well. Let's bring in John Kinuthia on this. And Kinuthia, earlier on we were talking about in terms of preparations, and we saw also that there was some snipers in different places. Without revealing too much, because I know this is also a security issue, how does it usually work? Is it that you are assigned a particular area where you focus on, or is this a perimeter area? So you're given that this, for you, you're taking care of this building, or for you, you're taking care of this head of state. So whatever is around them, they check through and through.
All right. You remember me stating that security is dynamic. So one, they are under command. So the command is the one that assesses both the strategic preparedness of that particular area that they are protecting and whatever is necessary to ensure that, in the event of any eventuality, they will be able to cover. So they are under command. They themselves are also, like the Brigadier General said, each unit has some level of autonomy and independence in taking decisions. So a sniper will report what they are seeing, and then the command will be observing. And remember, observance of security takes so many levels, all the way from satellite observation to eyes on the ground to other aspects. So the answer to your question is it is a dynamic experience where the sniper is in constant communication, and they act as a team. And the whole security agencies, I mentioned also about interagency coordination. They are giving information back and forth. So the snipers will be able to observe and report what they're seeing. The command will also, working with the interagency command and other organs of security, they'll be able to address whatever. And remember, security posture is both defensive and also offensive where necessary. So all those aspects work together in very severe coordination. One important aspect is that a lot of it is invisible. A lot of it is, covert. A lot of aspects that go into it will not be visible to the public eye, but they're there and they protect. Like the Brigadier General said, it is at times of anticipated vulnerability that the alert is highest, and they take unusual steps to make sure everything is safe, and not just for the dignitaries but for the general public, and ensuring what is known as public safety.
Oh, certainly, and all of what we're seeing displayed today, John. Let's cross over now to Lee Funeral Home. Hassan Mugambi, a lot more has been happening, at least what we've been seeing from the live pictures. Some military Humvees arriving, repurposed, of course, to hold some of the military officers. But what more can you see from where you're standing?
Well, Vicky, what is happening right now is that we are seeing a lot of, the outriders drawn from the Kenya Army, as well as the Humvees, like you have rightly put it, is also from the Kenya Army. They are here, and just to signify that the procession is about to leave. Earlier on, we had been informed that they were just waiting for some of the family members of the Kibaki family to be here so that they can live together with the procession all the way to State House, Nairobi. It is all systems go. The pallbearers have already run a small skit there on how they will load the body to the casket, or rather the hearse, and also they will be marching out with it as the slow drive to about 10 minutes or 15 thereabout, a kilometer, just around a kilometer and a half will take around 15 minutes. That tells you that this is not going to be a very fast drive, so to speak, from the Lee Funeral Home to the State House in Nairobi. It will be, of course, the outriders out, and then also the guard, that the escort guard of the hearse will be, and then the guard will the casket itself inside the hearse will be following thereafter. And members of the media, we have been also told to stay clear and not interfere too much with the kind of formation that they will be driving in. So we will be here, yes, to cover everything, but from a bit of an arm's length, so to speak. And we have also seen some of the chaplains or the Kenyan Defence Forces chaplains leaving that particular establishment. That's the Lee Funeral Home. We are informed that any minute from now we could be seeing the procession starting to head towards the State House, and after a short prayer, of course, from the men of the cloth within the ranks of the Kenya Defence Forces, will be performing that small ritual before the body is loaded into the hearse, and then we see it moving out of this place. So that is what we have seen here, quite a show by the military this morning, and also sections of Valley Road as well as Agwin Kodek, where we are right now. We can actually see traffic a little restricted, and this happening by none other than the Nairobi Regional Traffic Commander, who is right in this place as well. I can see him from afar. He's Joshua Omukata, just to ensure that all his men within the laid out route are aware of what is happening and know exactly how to act in as far as facilitating the smooth movement of the procession, the funeral procession that will be leaving the Lee Funeral Home all the way to State House. So that is what we can report on right now. And also we can see the OCS of Kilimani, the area in which the Lee Funeral Home is inside their jurisdiction, and to ensure just security is beefed up properly here, and everything goes as planned, and nothing gets into the way of the plans that have been laid out in as far as the movement of the procession is concerned.
Hassan Mugambi there, speaking to us live from the Lee Funeral Home. There are three major points of concern this morning. That's the Lee Funeral Home, State House, and Nyayo National Stadium. We are covering that end-to-end for you and giving you the live details as they happen in real time there. We can see there's a lot of activity also at the Nyayo National Stadium, at the Lee Funeral Home. There's activities there. State House also, it's happening right now as we speak. Heads of state expected to make their way all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. That's the entrance to State House now. You can see earlier on the gun carriage was in there coming through. And also let's talk about the protocols issue, and Brigadier, let me bring you back on this. The flag that covers the casket. So after that final rites which will be performed in Odaya, what happens to this flag? Is it now given to the family, and what is the significance of that?
The order is that the flag is given to the family in honor, and normally it will be done by the commander of the pall bearers, who will do that. Now, again, that builds on from the lower ranks, where you'll find that equally, for the lower ranks, when we go for our burials, then at least a small token will be given as remembrance from the armed forces at the family.
Yeah.
So today is an honor indeed, therefore, for the nation to give this flag to the family in honor indeed.
Now that we're talking about the flags, there's been quite the days when there's mourning. The flags are flown at half-mast. The significance of that is the one thing that many people have never understood. Why half-mast? And also the official vehicles have always been removed. The flags are not being flown there. Is it that we only fly our flags when there's a celebration?
Again, building from history indeed, the fact that that is indeed an honor in terms of the VIP whom we are losing on that great day. And as proclaimed by, after the President's proclamation, of course, the Minister mentioned that flags will fly half-mast in honor, technically. And also for those who are flying the small flags on their vehicles, then that also will be removed, only purely in honor. And again, one of the items that we borrowed from the Commonwealth in terms of respect. Actually, in essence, as you go to such a site, if you view the body, you'll bow down. So essentially, is a nation bowing down in respect to the VIP.
All right.
All right. And all those displays, of course, started from last Friday when the death announcement was made. Brenda Wanga is standing by at Nyayo National Stadium. We also saw the family arriving at Lee Funeral Home, the son, Jimmy Kibaki, and other relatives already there. But Brenda, what can you tell us from Nyayo National Stadium? Brenda, if you can hear us, what can you see? Of course, we can see the display of the life and times of Kibaki behind you.
Indeed, Victoria, we are here outside the Nyayo National Stadium. As you have rightly stated, I'm standing right in front of a wall full of pictures, a tribute to the late President Mwai Kibaki. This tribute has been on display for the last 4 days. It was set up on Monday at Parliament buildings, where those who had gone to view the body of the late president were able to also just take a glance of his life in a snapshot, if you will, at images that show his transition from the moment he started his education to becoming a family man to a politician, a civil servant, an opposition leader, and a president. This installation also now making its presence felt here at the Nyayo National Stadium as the members of the public come in to be part of this ceremony, sending off the late President Mwai Kibaki. As it is right now, the gates have been opened. People have been streaming in from around 6:30. The officers manning this situation here, telling the people to try and hurry up and be seated in the stadium by around 8 o'clock, which is the time that, according to the government program, the members of the public should be seated awaiting the arrival of the dignitaries, the arrival of the VVIPs. We are expecting a number of presidents, at least 3 confirmed from South Africa, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. A number of vice presidents also expected to be making their way here. Quite a number of prime ministers and representatives of governments from across Africa and the world just coming to join millions of Kenya who are mourning and saying goodbye to the late President Mwai Kibaki. The ceremony is here expected to start at around 10:45 when the body of the late president will be making its way into the stadium for that state reception led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And if I may just go back to this display again, we have been able to talk to the people who actually were responsible for putting it up, right from the Parliament buildings all the way until here, and they are telling us that this has been quite a hit with the members of the public, and the family has requested that once this serves its function here at the Nyayo National Stadium, they will be once again moving it all the way to Othaya, Nyeri, where it will again be part of the celebrations as the nation lays the third president of this republic, the late Mwai Kibaki, to rest in Othaya. Back to you, Victoria.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And of course, we'll be crossing back over to you once things pick up there at Nyayo National Stadium. We have the 4 screens there showing you what's happening at State House, Lee Funeral Home, where the family has just arrived. And the priest as well directing military officers as they get ready to leave for State House to make that procession with the family and to pay last respects at State House and then move over to Nyayo National Stadium.
Exactly. And the military precision on time is evident because it's about 9 minutes to 8. That's when the casket is supposed to be mounted on and heading to Speaker's Walk in the National Assembly all the way. And you can see the activities there signifying every aspect of that is about to happen from the Lee Funeral Home heading straight to State House and then straight to the Nyayo National Stadium. At around 10 a.m. is when His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of Kenya, is expected there to show up also with the heads of state who are here to mourn the 3rd President of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki. It's the 8th day of mourning because it started on Friday all the way to today. There were 3 days of when the body was lying in state in Parliament where hundreds of thousands of Kenyans were allowed to view and pay their last respects to the fallen head of state, and many of them eulogizing him as a gentleman par excellence and the father of the economy and the person who had the best interest of the country and everybody else, both in action and in thought as well. And like you're mentioning earlier on, that it's also in the little things that he did in terms of the social welfare of the people there. And they were talking and they're saying that for them is the reason why, despite the weather that is looking a bit shaky, they still came all the way from different places in Siaya, Trans Nzoia counties, coming all the way here. And in fact, they're all making their way to the Nyayo National Stadium where you can see live pictures there. The choir is getting ready. Yesterday, there was a full dress rehearsal there from the military rankings and how the movement is supposed to be, including the choirs that are right there right now happening as it speak. The Interior Cabinet Secretary, Fred Matiang'i, had mentioned that people should be seated by 8 a.m. so the proceedings can start all the way to maybe around 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. and then allow the rest of the people to head for their normal functions. But then there will be a movement from there all the way to his entire home where the state funeral will be happening on Saturday. They've said that they're expecting a delegation of 15,000 people and more, but there will be no protocol in terms of who's invited and who's not. Everybody is invited then and allowed to go there, and it will be proceeding on road. There'll be a bit of traffic interference there, but they're saying that the route is clear. Right now, as you know, there's been a bit of traffic overflow and stopping at the Lee Funeral Home, where you can also see live pictures there. Hassan Mugambi is standing by to give us the latest from that region. It's a 6 kilometers move, and you will have police officers across that entire length of 6 kilometers as the gun carriage carrying the body of the late former President Mwai Kibaki makes its way all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium with full military honors as well. And we were having Brigadier Retired Ahmed Mohammed, military protocol, also expert here, giving us the details of what significance that is. And also John Kinuthia, security expert as well. And Brigadier Ahmed, let me bring you back on this issue of security checks. We're talking about the security checks that are being done. How frequent are they? Because even just a few moments ago, we saw the carpets being moved again, sniffer dogs checking around. How frequent are those? Or is it a random thing, or is it planned every single step of the way?
Well, Trevor, because of the high number of VIPs who will be here today, it's important that the security checks are observed. And they will not start today. They'll start as early in the week, culminating in what we see today. And once inspected, somebody will always be on standby just to ensure that there's no interference. But up to the last minute, we'll come back and flash again to ensure that things are as they were actually supposed to be. A lot of monitoring, a lot of observation, a lot of care goes into this to ensure that we have a smooth day on this important day.
When there's such an event, John, let me bring you back on this, and it's a multi-sectoral approach. Now we have sitting heads of state who are here, 3 different ones who already are in the country, and then there's the Kenyan security services. How does that linkage and transfer work? Or is it that when a sitting head of state comes to a country like Kenya, his security is now taken over by the protocols of Kenya? Or is it a seamless flow, and does it start way before? How does it happen so that there's symphony and synchronized security checks?
So VIP protection is done in rings.
Yeah.
So the principal that is being protected has his own immediate ring, which is the protective service that is protecting him. And they are given leeway to be able to provide that security. Outside the rings of that immediate security provision by his own or her own people, then you'll have the Kenyan security services taking charge. And remember, it's like you said, seamless coordination. It involves protocol people, it includes security people, it involves the diplomats, the foreign affairs service. So it is a very seamless process. Like the Brigadier General said, those preparations will start in advance because any venue, any site where those dignitaries will be visiting is secured in advance, and you can't secure and just leave. So it is secured, and the security remains in place before, during, and after to ensure that that seamless transition happens. Now, in terms of coordination, like I said, today you see a lot of interagency coordination, and that includes that coordination between the security of the visiting dignitary and our own security. And remember, these dignitaries will interact with our head of state and government, who is His Excellency the President, and that coordination remains in place. There's a lot of, handover, and like I said, security is very dynamic, and there are commanders in place who ensure this is happening, and all kinds of, the keyword is protocol from a security perspective, protocol from a diplomacy perspective, and then protocol from a program or state function perspective, because there's a directorate of state functions that takes care of the protocols, who goes where, who sits where, what happens first, and their security is also factored in that. When you're in let me, for lack of a better word, use a sanitized from a security point of view area, then there are all kinds of security in place, and the person's immediate security are focused on that person's VIP protection. We have live pictures there from Lee Funeral Home. More family members of the late Mwai Kibaki arriving at the funeral parlor. Grandchildren, of course, coming to pay their respects, as the body will be moved from there very shortly to State House. And of course, a very solemn moment for them as they remember their beloved, the late President Mwai Kibaki, but who was a father, a grandfather, an uncle to many of them.
Absolutely. Now the movement goes all the way to State House, and then from there heading straight to Nyayo National Stadium. You can see them there entering the Lee Funeral Home, where now traffic has been diverted there. There's, like we mentioned, it's a 6-kilometer stretch. You can see the military, of course, in their ceremonial uniform there, waiting for the movement of the body from Lee Funeral Home to State House, and then to Nyayo National Stadium, where the state funeral is happening as we speak right now. Quite a number of dignitaries are also expected there. Thousands of Kenyans are also heading there. We have wall-to-wall coverage for you, right from the Lee Funeral Home straight to Nyayo National Stadium, and also at his Othaya home, where preparations are almost done in terms of the waiting for the final rites of the former head of state, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki. Those are live pictures now at the Nyayo National Stadium. So Kenyans still continue to stream in. The numbers are flowing faster and faster now. They can see that the seats there are getting occupied every step of the way, and the Kenyans also walking in different places. Raquel Mugai was earlier on telling us the security protocol. They are not allowed with any food or drinks at all. So if you're making your way to the Nyayo National Stadium, you should be seated by 8 a.m. like that mentioned earlier on. You just have about a minute to that time, but then the procession will start moving all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium. And Brigadier, we are still talking about in terms of the protocol and movement. So we've outlined the Army Air first, and then there's the Navy coming through. Yes. Those particular people who are picked, is there a ranking as well in terms of those who are marching? Who starts? Is it the one-star generals like you're mentioning? Is it the cadets? Who is on the front line and who's on the second line? Is there a particular number? Because they seem to be, if you randomly check, they're more than 20, or is it 18 or 19? For every brigade that keeps moving.
Yeah, Trevor, that question has been coming up in terms of when you have the tri-service, parade, how does it lay out in that order? First, I should mention that the tri-service guard, and normally a tri-service guard is a full guard. A full guard. A full guard is made up of 96 members of the armed forces.
96?
Yes, coming from the three services,
okay.
Army, Navy, and Air Force. And normally we will, depending on the occasion, we'll pick one person to command. For instance, when we have days we honor units, and they are given their flags, national flags, you know, at that time. The honor may go to the Army, Navy, Air Force. Whoever is given the honor will provide the command of the guard, you know, on that day. Normally the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. So normally you see, normally on parade anyway, it will be Army, Air Force, and then the Navy. And the commander being given to the service that has on that occasion a special marking normally. So any of the three can take charge, you know, accordingly.
Yeah.
And again, they normally come in their command formations. When you see, for instance, the Army component of that, it will come from a specific unit of the Army. You know, not a mixture of them, no. It will be a specific unit of the Army will be told, okay, this unit today, you have the honor to provide the guard of honor. So they'll go into preparations, pick the soldiers, come for rehearsals, and then conduct the whole show. It's not that you mix them up or there's no order.
Yeah.
It's still within the command system that they're used to, even in peacetime.
Earlier on, you talked about the presentation of arms, and you said today we're going to see it in reverse, right? At what point is it, when does it face forward? And what is the significance of the presentation of arms anyway? Is it supposed to be for inspection? Because we always see that there is an inspection of the guard. Does it involve the arms as well? This is just for us to try and understand what the military protocols usually are.
The biggest honor from the military when we are on parade is when we actually present arms. And the rifle is pushed forward in honor. And you see a soldier standing straight with the weapon well in front of him. Now, that is your weapon of choice. That's what you normally use in the daily operations, you know, in theater. Now, tomorrow is the last day that we are paying this respect. Therefore, tomorrow, because we have lost one of us, we lost one of our comrades, who was the commander-in-chief. In this honor, therefore, the weapons will not face forward as they normally do. They'll face reverse as a show of respect and honor to the comrade that we have lost. So you'll see that tomorrow, that as on parade, the weapons will be in reverse order, and the same for the swords. As I mentioned, the swords also will be, normally they face forward, with the scabbard facing forward. They'll face backwards tomorrow, not forward. Again, as a show of respect and honor to the VIP that we are parting on this very important day. Again, part of traditions that we have all had all along and well noted and observed.
Yeah.
And we noticed, of course, a bit early on at Nyayo National Stadium, Brigadier, your attention was piqued when you saw some of the military officers in the fatigue, the military fatigue, but some of them were wearing different colored military hats. So what will they be doing exactly? Because they were right by the center of the field, of course, where the dignitaries and the body will lay. What will their role be once the ceremony actually starts?
Now, as things are now at the stadium, the military will be doing different component of things that are happening. Now, for instance, when we go on national days, and you have the days where the president takes a salute, the days comes just before the president comes in and leaves as soon as he has respected the parade. Part of those who are there will be doing that. And those ones will be normally in their normal fatigue, as you have seen there, normal fatigue. They'll come in, and then leave way for the guard of honor to now run the show and tell. So you have different components in theater doing different things in their normal fatigues, which is just ensuring that things flow as they're required to flow.
Yeah. Let's bring up the 19-gun salute that's happening. So what are they usually? When we say it's a cannon, it's a blast. Is it an empty blast? What is it? What is a gun? What is a gun salute per se? Because they say that there are sometimes when the military are doing their drills, they have empties. They call them empties, or they call them blanks.
Yeah, but in this case, it is actually the cannon that is fired.
Yeah.
The actual cannon, they are actually smaller guns that are fired in honor. And the key thing about this is what you want is it comes from the sound that they make.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
But there's no ammunition. It's just
no ammunition. No ammunition on this day.
So there are no chances of anything going south where you blast it and then there's an actual injury coming in.
No. On this day, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Kinuthia, let me bring in on this as well in terms of security and the process that you're talking about, saying that they are never really given all the credit that they deserve. Is it the usual practice for the security not to speak about what's really going on? Because you see, the thing is, people say that anything that is not captured on tape did not happen. So even when you say that they're supposed to be given more credit, should they also be a bit more open? Because we know the security services don't speak much about their achievements. They don't even speak about what has been done.
Yeah. Yes. There's a question you asked about the berets that they are wearing.
Yeah.
Usually, by the way, the regular soldier has black berets, and then the airborne paratroopers will have a green beret, and then the military police will have a red beret in normal operation.
Yeah.
Just to circle back. In terms of visibility, see, in security science, about 90-something% of crimes or security incidents are crimes of opportunity, which means this person saw an opportunity to do something and they executed. The remaining are premeditated or planned, right? That tells you in normal security posture, 90-something% of it is actually deterrence. That's why in Kenyan parlance, you'll see somebody put up umbwa kali on their gate.
Yeah.
They're trying to deter somebody. They may not be an umbwa kali, but the typical thief will not wait to find out whether there's a dog called Bruno inside the gate. Some people you'll see put up security cameras that are not working. So that's preventive. And that's why you see in normal security posture, even in your normal neighborhood, you'll see some, like the policemen on beat will have uniform. So that is important for the part that is seen. And then in addition to that, like I said, security is done in layers. There is overt and then there's covert, right? Yeah. So there are those who will usually be in civilian. Even in town, as you walk around, you'll see regular officers who are just mingling with people. The same concepts are used in state security and ceremonial functions like this. So there's what is necessary and there's what is necessary to be seen. Remember, if there's an incident, it is important for the members of the public to be aware of who is a security officer that can help them, who is an enemy, who is a foe, who is a foe and who is an ally. So you notice that the uniformed and visible security has its, that's why, you know, the different, like the policemen you'll see there in their dress. You need to be able to know that is a police officer. Now, there are aspects, like you said, that should not be seen, and this is the covert, and they go in many circles, and it's very dynamic. So there's the intelligence part of it. There's, you know, there are those that mingle with civilians. We've seen in state events, you know, an ambitious person or maybe one nut is loose somewhere, suddenly decide to go and present themselves to the head of state. And long before they can approach, you find people in that crowd who hold them. You know, there was a clip going around where I remember, I think it happened during this time, there was a border related security alert where the presidential convoy was moving, and one of the border people decided to ride along with them. And very quickly, he was whisked aside, and some of the people who whisked him were even in border attire. So the point is that security is visible and it's also invisible. There is covert, there is overt. And the key part is, like I said, the coordination. So the commanders above will command both the uniformed and the non-uniformed, and all the agencies will work together.
Okay, let's call on the expertise of Brigadier here. We've seen some action at Lee Funeral Home, the military officers making their way to the hearse. What are we seeing now, Brigadier?
I think they're preparing. I can see that we are actually all in line and ready, and placing the hearse in place. As you mentioned, that it is the hearse that will take the lead today, and then transfer the body to the gun carriage. Essentially, what we see from Lee Funeral Home, therefore, is the actual transport of the cottage from there to State House.
Yeah.
So for us will be, for the military, mainly escort with honors, and we may also possibly see part of the pallbearers, part of them being here, and the remainder being in State House to receive the body, and then transfer from the house, of course, to the car. But of course, in State House, the body will be taken into State House, you know, for the small and quick service before it is again packed to head off to Nyayo Stadium. So we'll see the pallbearers in both areas have been ready to do that and move on. So
that transfer, because we're being told that they're loading the body right now into that hearse, that transfer is simply just logistical, yeah? Because it's a hearse and then the gun carriage.
Exactly.
Some would argue that why didn't the gun carriage come to Lee and then just go into State House and then come out? Why does the hearse first take the body to State House and then it leaves in a gun carriage?
I believe this is much more of allowing for the civilian component of it, going in a hearse from Lee Funeral and then having the official function now starting from State House. That's where the function
is. So it's a mix between the civilian activities and the military.
So really, part of the civilian part of it now, for the body to be just moved, and then a State House is where we'll see the official function now starting off after the small church service in Parliament, in State House. Of course, you can see the house now, and I can see that the house again has it's from the military, which is very good, very good show. As I said last time, we are actually learning a lot, from what has passed before and trying to adjust that to suit the current circumstances. So today you can see that the house is a military house that is going to have the honor to carry the body all the way to a State House.
So as much as we said this is a civilian act, the hearse actually has military plates.
Yes.
So that is expected, at least in this stage.
No, what we saw last time when we were doing the funeral for former President Moi, it was a civilian hearse. But that's what I'm saying. We are improving as we go along in terms of how to do things. Lessons learned and all that. You borrow that to make sure that the next functions are done better. This is a good start.
I have to ask, even though this is steeped in tradition and the military is running it, is there room for any adjustments, for instance, if there's a special request from family to do something slightly different? Or is it all kind of steeped in tradition and set in stone on a day like this?
I will say there are limits.
Okay.
There are limits that will be allowed for the family. And of course, there are some that are fixed in tradition and you can't do much. It's a situation where a lot of accommodation is done. And I should also mention that, as John mentioned, that this ceremony is not a one-team show ceremony. The issue of interagency coordination. In fact, I should mention, the key lead on this, the Ministry of Interior. The lead in this Ministry of Interior, who are able to coordinate to include the armed forces and assign different tasks and roles to different agencies based on their best action in that area, expertise in that area. So what you see the military doing is what they are located to do, as what they do best in this regard. The police will do theirs, the family have their role. I should mention, for instance, that one of the key things we say in this regard is the respect for the family, so that as we mourn with them, we must understand what they are going through. And the term we like using on such occasions, for instance, when the cottage leaves, the pride of place in driving behind the cottage is given to the family as an honor. And any time that the hearse is moving, therefore, you find the family just behind. Because they own the person more than us. And that respect must always be observed all through. So indeed, Victoria, yes, there is accommodation within some measure to ensure that it all goes well in a very smooth way.
Okay. Earlier on, you wanted to comment about what John was talking about in terms of the security system and what...
Yes, Trevor. Yes, John mentioned about the issue of layers. In security, the issue of layers is very important. But my focus on this is one area that, as you look at security, more like a day like this one, is the fact that our citizenry have a very important role to play. In fact, any threat that comes in will initiate or start from the citizenry. What I'm saying, therefore, is that we can't have enough security forces at any one time. And the message I'm passing on to the citizenry, you have a role to play. You see something odd, something out of order, if you see a threat, you must take charge and report to the appropriate authorities that are there. If it means, if you are able, within means, to arrest the situation, please go ahead and do it. But if you can't do it, the best thing to do is call out for assistance. And definitely, the different organs will respond. I think for us so far, our citizenry have not been doing this very well.
Yeah.
They've left it to the security forces. No. They have a role to play. In fact, they're the first line in this. Because they are deep inside there. Even in the planning side that take place, whatever in the country, it is done within that civilian environment. And always somebody in the village exactly knows what is going on. And that we must build that that interest in them. Please take charge and play your role accordingly.
And I wonder, John, how do you then inculcate that even more? What Brigadier was talking about, we are the first line of defense as civilians.
Yes.
Has that culture really been inculcated? And how do we take that forward? We talked about your Makumbi a bit earlier on, but how do we take that forward?
The Brigadier General makes a very important point, and the answer to your question is preparedness. Don't wait until the incident is happening to ask yourself, which number do I call? Right? Get that number in advance. Don't wait until there's trouble to figure out what you need to do. And preparedness goes in three ways. There's the community organization. A Nyumba Kumi unit is supposed to have elected officials or, people chosen to lead the community. They usually take the form of chairman, treasurer, and secretary. And usually that also has a welfare organ. Like I said, you cannot, security doesn't happen in a vacuum. There's a welfare component. They're the same people who will visit a home when somebody has passed on and be able to comfort them. And then when there's an incident, they're the first people you call. So that chairman, that treasurer, that secretary, and the head of security is supposed to know everybody, and everybody is supposed to know them. So the question to the citizen is, do you have the number of the person you can call? And then the question to that official, do you have the number of your local OCS? Do you have the number of your local chief? Do you have the number of your, sub-county commander, who we used to call OCPD? Do you have the numbers for the security agencies? Do they know you? Can they recognize this as you? Have you visited that station and talked to them? So preparedness is very, very important. The Brigadier General also mentioned the importance of the citizen recognizing the first line of defense. Sometimes there's strength in numbers. When somebody shows up with a gun, if you're 30 people there, right, there's some risk, but you overwhelm. There's a concept called force multiplication, how much force is applied. In professional security, usually the force should be equal to or exceed the threat. But now when the citizenry are facing a situation, they should know there's strength in numbers. Like he said, you can arrest that situation.
All right. The family of His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, seems to be moving from the Lee Funeral Home, getting into the vehicles. Then as the procession heads out, this is a sign that now it is almost time for the movement from Lee heading to State House and then straight to Nyayo National Stadium. They're still within schedule on this, and that's why you're seeing the hearse there with the military plates already having been loaded. It will head straight to State House, where it will then be shifted to the gun carriage, and then the 6-kilometer stretch begins right there, heading all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium. You will see police officers lined up all through, saluting the Commander-in-Chief, former Commander-in-Chief, as they head straight to the state funeral in Nyayo National Stadium. There's quite a number of Kenyans streaming in already. The heads of state also expected. There's tough security checks at the entry of Nyayo National Stadium. This is happening before the final burial rites in Odaya, which is going to happen tomorrow on Saturday as well. And Brigadier, you brought up a very interesting conversation in terms of the relationship between the people and the security forces, because it's not just about the boots on the ground, but how do you foster that relationship? Because you see, the military and us civilians, first of all, we always feel like we're two very different species. Mostly it's because of the indiscipline of the civilians, but they're barely ever approachable. So how do you foster that relationship for the people to realize that it's their role to first highlight what's happening, and when they go there, the guns are not turned on them? Because the moment you get there, the first question is, then now you're the one on the spot again.
Yes, Trevor, we like talking about first the definition of roles. Who does what, within this theater. And therefore, you'll find that internal security rests with the Ministry of Interior and the police services. They're the ones who are out there to ensure the safety and security of the citizenry. And again, they also have their structures all the way down, as John said, to the village, where you have either a police camp or a police station or something like that. Now, for the military, our role is purely the defense of the nation against external aggression. But however, should there be a threat within, we can assist the security forces, if need be, and if they call on us, again, through a coordination. In this case, therefore, in terms of the population, the immediate force available for them for cooperation and working together is the national security forces, who go all the way down to the villages. And it is important that we are able to create this strong relationship, this strong bond between the people and security forces. Remember, and we always say, security forces are there to protect the population. The population must realize that. And therefore, creating a good environment where you're talking to each other, understanding each other, sharing issues of concern and all that are very key. And because we are also chiefs in those villages and all that, we're able to foster this very important and close relationship. I know in the past there have been issues, that the gap between security forces and citizenry. I'm happy that this gap has actually now been narrowed down and things are better today. We can talk to each other, understand each other, share issues, and provide that common security important to all of us.
Yeah. John, let me bring you back on this and compare and contrast for us the security structures during the Mwai Kibaki time and even now.
Yes.
There was a time we saw civilians themselves arresting police officers who were taking bribes. Now, therein comes a very interesting line there. How do you draw the line? Because when now civilians start to take a more frontal, forceful approach, doesn't that then impact directly on the security of the entire country as well?
Sure. So the first thing we saw that the former president, the late Mwai Kibaki, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, did was to professionalize the police from a force to a service. So it looks very, simplistic or just a matter of, semantics. But there's a totally different concept there. So one is a police force and the other one is a police service. So there's the concept of providing services to the Mwananchi. Secondly, like we said earlier, they were actually there's an increase in their wages. When somebody who is sort of living in the jungle, when you're asleep, they're walking in the rain and walking in your neighborhood and facing all kinds of threats. When that person is not well remunerated, there's a risk of compromise and just other factors coming into place just from an economic perspective. So he increased their salaries. And then now, if you walk into any police station today, you'll see what is called a charter, and it even has timelines for service and all that. So they professionalized in that way. Now, yes, there was that initial excitement, and transition times are usually, very, very tricky. And one thing you notice is that the next step was now to reorganize the services. So there used to be so many...
Hold on just one second. Yes. I think we're seeing some movement now from the Leaf Funeral Home. I think the procession is now leaving, as you can see, heading all the way to State House. And then there'll be the movement to the gun carriage. Earlier on, we saw the family of the late President Mwai Kibaki heading into a different vehicle. And like Brigadier Ahmed was telling us earlier on, the honors of driving right behind the hearse will be a preserve of the family, because it's a mix of both civilian and military activities. They're calling it a state funeral. The movement is very, very seamless right now as we speak. And Hassan Mugambi is standing by there to give us the latest. You can see there that the hearse itself is from the military as well, and then they head right to State House. The 6-kilometer stretch all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. There'll be police officers lining up, of course, in honor of the fallen head of state. Their heads of state were also expected to head to Nyayo National Stadium. And Brigadier, now this is another issue of protocol. So which one arrives first? The heads of state who are visiting for the morning, or will they wait until the body of the late Mwai Kibaki gets to Nyayo National Stadium, then they come? Or is there no protocol that is observed in that one?
Now, in this case, you'll find that they'll all be in place as the body arrives. So all those who are arriving as dignitaries will come and have taken their positions, and then the body will come in eventually last on this day.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Kinuthia, you're talking to us about the issue of security issues and how it was improved during his time.
Yes. Yeah. So the point is that the service was reorganized. You notice we came from the era of police commissioners to IGs. You notice the command structure was changed. There were now less commanders. Today, the structure is actually very interesting because at the top, let's take the National Police Service, for example, and the Brigadier General made an important point that the Ministry of Interior, part of their role is also national coordination of national government activities, which include police. So they play an important role in that. But apart from that, if, for example, you look at the National Police Service, they have what is called a regional commander of police overseeing what were traditionally the 8 regions in Kenya, right? So that person oversees and is responsible and accountable for all the, interior security from a National Police Service perspective. You notice during President Kibaki's time is when they started the transition to merge the different sections of the National Police Service. So you used to have administration police before, and then you had the regular police in blue, and then the administration has some sort of combat fatigue. And then inside the DCI as well. So you saw these 2 units come together so that now they were subordinated to the same command. So that aspect helped to professionalize the service. It helps to streamline the service provision to the mwananchi, and then now the command changed. So now today at the local level you have what is called an OCCP, Officer Commanding Police Post, OCPP, and then above that is the OCS, Officer Commanding Station. Above him is the Sub-County Commander of Police, and then above him there's a County Commander of Police, and then above that is the Regional Commander of Police, and then you have the Assistant IGs, the Deputy level Deputy IG, and then at the top is an Inspector General of Police. Again, like the Brigadier General said, they're all coordinated together with other forces of national security by the Ministry of Interior. And in a day like today, even the military themselves are part of that coordination. So from a citizen perspective, there's what they see, and then there's what they don't see. And the important thing is to create that professional relationship between the police service, which is there to offer a service to the citizen, and vice versa. The citizen should also, like a Brigadier General said, you cannot have boots on the ground in every place. So providing that information and cooperating when there are issues. Like today, there's a lot of cooperation that will be needed from the citizenry, because you undergo inconvenience when these roads are closed and when traffic is diverted, and particular security regions are created to provide security to the dignitaries and a passageway. So that two-way relationship that is cooperative is very important.
Indeed. And just a quick reminder on interruptions in terms of roads today. Mombasa Road, of course, Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue, Processional Way, and Aerodrome Road, as well as Agnes Kodek Road, which currently will be interrupted. As we can see, the hearse carrying the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki draped in the Kenyan flag, and right on time, Trevor, because this procession is supposed to start at 8:30 as military practice. And so we're seeing that being displayed in perfect fashion this morning.
In fact, you can almost tell they're posing there because it's 8:28 at exactly 8:30 they'll now start moving. Because the issue of timing there is that significant, Ahmed? And why is that so important to the military? I mean, for the rest of us, we can always shift things around. I like, by 8, we come at 8:30.
Trevor, I like talking about this and the importance of time, also for the military. And there is a situation which is very important in our operations. Sometime in war, where it is timed such that a certain line, you must have crossed it by that time. If you don't have crossed that line by that time, anything beyond the line, even if you are there, will be fired by artillery and all weapons. So indeed, it's important for you to clear the line 5 minutes earlier to the safe side. There's no stop. Once the alarm goes, it is 8:30, the shells start landing on that position.
So if you're caught in the line of fire, that's
too bad for you, and you can't stop it.
Okay.
Wow. That is because that is within the operation and well planned out, and everybody knows this is it. So because of that, we put a lot of emphasis on timings. We always say, don't come on time. At least come as a bare minimum, 5 minutes before time. You say 10, even better. So also in terms of respect, even across board, even in the civilian world, you have an appointment. It's so important. You planned it, you agreed, please be on time. It's good for all of us as a show of respect. And also to move on to achieve what you desire to achieve.
Yes.
All right. And John, let me bring you back on this. We're talking about the issue of service.
Yes.
How much, and there are two fundamental issues that you raised. Morale, they're actually moving right on time, Vicky, like you've mentioned. It's exactly 8:30 and the wheels are moving.
Yeah. The wheels stand now. The wheels stand now.
The wheels are now starting to move because it's exactly 8:30. It's interesting to see, of course, the procession now heading to State House and then heading all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. It's a 6-kilometer stretch where now everybody will be standing. The police officers will be lined up across the road as we head there where the state funeral is happening as we speak. The Kenyans have also in that place, quite a number of them started streaming in quite early, like Raquel Mugai was telling us. Now it's like, I think this is the moment now they've been told it is time to move at exactly 8:30 and the movement begins.
And the late is the third to have full military honors. You must mention, of course, founding President Jomo Kenyatta in 1978 and Daniel Arap Moi in February 2020. So this, we literally had a dress rehearsal, if you will, for us in 2020 when we went through this with the late President Moi. But seeing this again, of course, some Kenyans can count themselves experts as they can see this practice being followed almost to a T this year.
It is fascinating. In fact, now the significance of time, I had admit this, Vicky, I did not know that's the reason why, until Brigadier Ahmed Mohammed mentioned it, that when it's a time of war and there's a line for war that you have to have crossed at a particular time, and if you don't, the artillery shelling begins, whether you're part of them or not. So, but that is not friendly fire. It's just structure.
All fire.
Yeah, it's just fire. All fire systems go. So that's the reason why the military is so precise on time. And let me bring you back to John Kinuthia on this. We're talking about two fundamental issues.
Yes.
How significant is the morale and remuneration? So let's start with the morale in terms of service. Is that where all the silver bullet really lies? Because you're talking about, it's not a matter of boots on the ground to secure the nation, but how much significant is morale? How does morale play into all this for these people in the service?
You mentioned when we were talking about the relationship between the security forces and the citizenry, you talked about, people finding the security forces approachable. Remember, they are part of us.
Yeah.
They are our family members. Usually the military and other security agencies recruit from within the citizenry. So that person does not cease to be a human being just because they've enlisted into a service.
Yeah.
All that happens, like they're referred to, is they're disciplined forces. So now an extra element of discipline, coordination happens, like we were talking about in terms of time and many other aspects. But that person is still a human being. Now, when you ask somebody to do such a tough job as, Vicky, Trevor, John, and Brigadier, being able to...
continue.
Yeah, you can hear me, being able to sleep at night and somebody is walking the streets, facing all kinds of adversity, the cold, the biting cold, the rain, the thugs and all that. If that person is not motivated well, from a moral perspective, from an economic perspective, and then there's a professional aspect of it. If you notice, President Kibaki introduced a lot of professional development into the police service. They go for training before promotions. They go for legal training. They go for advanced training. All kinds of managerial courses from inspector level and above. They're professionals. In fact, they are easily absorbed into the corporate world because of that. So morale takes the form of appreciating that this is a human being. He is a father. She is a mother. This is somebody's husband, somebody's wife. They have a family. They have school fees to pay. Just by taking care of those basic needs, you uplift the morale. Secondly, morale is tied to dignity. The dignity of your working conditions. Where do you live? How do you get to work? What is your professional attire like? Are you able to eat both when on duty? Is your family eating well at home? So the aspect of dignity is also important, and dignity is tied to the economic factors. It is also tied to how you're treated at work by your superiors. Remember, I always remind the citizenry that if you look at even the leadership of this country, like an executive management role, we are the board of directors. You know, we select who our leaders are. So we are the leadership. So how do we as a people treat our security forces? So that relationship gives dignity. If you go to a police officer and address them with courtesy and respect, they will respond in a certain way. If they give you instructions and you follow, you follow that command with the respect that is due, you are increasing his morale. You're not, aggressively hostile to them. And then the same way reverse. Now, when the morale is not in place, when the dignity is not in place, when the economics are not in place, what you notice is frustration kicks in. And we used to come from a service where, people used to view the police force as very hostile to them. And now there's been a major push to bring them to the people, and it's a two-way street. So I would say we've come a long way. We've come a long way from the days where there were always police officers clobbering people around here, the university and all that. And today there's a profession of police service. There's still room for improvement, and there's still a lot that needs to be done. A lot of that has to do with the citizenry. A lot of it has to do with the leadership. And then a lot of it has to do with the command structure of the police itself and how they motivate their people, how they treat them with dignity.
Yeah.
And it's important to mention, we just got this news in, as Kenya, of course, continues to mourn the late President Mwai Kibaki that began last Friday. This has also become a regional affair. We understand now that President Suluhu has declared 3 days of mourning in Tanzania, of course, to celebrate the life and honor the life of the late President Mwai Kibaki. So from Friday and Saturday, that will be the practice in Tanzania, along with Kenya, until the body of the late is laid to rest tomorrow.
Yeah, and in fact, there's a statement coming through here saying that President Samia Suluhu Hassan has declared 2 days of national mourning following the death of Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. The national mourning shall start on April 29, 2022 and end on April 30th, 2022. During the 2-day national mourning, the Tanzanian's flag shall fly at half-mast across the entire territory of the country and at all Tanzanian diplomat missions abroad. President Samia conveyed her heartfelt condolences to the people of Kenya and urged Tanzanians to join in solidarity with their neighbors during this difficult period as they mourn the death of the former leader. That is from President Samia Suluhu of Tanzania. You can see the movement right now from Valley, right now at Valley Road. They've moved from Lee Funeral Home. They're at Valley Road heading to State House, and you can see there that's the team. It's a state funeral. Like you can see the procession is moving very methodically, and we're just bit by bit all the way to State House, where there will be a movement from that hearse to the gun carriage. Right. The gun carriage will then now proceed all the way to Nyayo National Stadium, where the state funeral is happening as we speak. Quite a number of Kenyans have already arrived there. And like we're being told, as soon as the body arrives there, the dignitaries, also some of the heads of state already in the country. Salva Kiir from South Sudan is here. Cyril Ramaphosa, South Africa, is also here with us. Quite a number of heads of states expected in this state funeral that is happening today. They were supposed to have started at exactly 8:30, and they did start at exactly 8:30, heading straight to State House.
You can see it's a whole convoy, of course, of the family, of the military vehicles, and the hearse carrying the body of the late. It is an elaborate affair that will guide the body to State House, as Trevor mentioned. And of course, once it gets to Nyayo National Stadium is where it all begins. It will be received by the military officers there as this process begins officially. Already, members of the public, civilians, are inside the stadium and are being entertained by various choirs and singing groups. Among them, part of the National Police Service and military who are there. And the Kenya Army Band. The East African anthems will be played along with the Kenyan anthem. State House Choir will also be there, as well as the Starehe Boys Center Band. And of course, members of the clergy from different denominations also represented there. As we give a fitting send-off to the late President Mwai Kibaki.
Vicky, you had an update of the roads that are closed. I believe Valley Road is now one of them right now as we speak, and there's also some roads that Vicky will be giving you in terms of the places that have been closed off to the public now as you head into State House. That bus right next to it is carrying the family of the late President Mwai Kibaki, grandchildren, and also the daughter was there earlier on. We saw them moving into that vehicle as they were heading towards now State House. They're just about to get there, really. It's a methodical movement, step by step, headed by the military, but it is a combination of a civilian also and military, like our experts were telling us in studio. So there's room for a bit of changes here and there, but not too much, because he was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, so they do take precedence mostly in conducting a state funeral that Kenyans are now watching in real time, as thousands of them are at the Nyayo National Stadium, and also thousands of them still expected at Othaya, where again the body will move on road. There will be roads that will be closed there. There's an expectation of more than 15,000 people in Othaya as we speak. They're ready there. The tents have been put up. The systems are good to go, and they were saying that as soon as that happens tomorrow, there will be a state funeral as well. And we're saying to you right now that what we do know is, as we speak, there's been a statement coming through from our neighbors in Tanzania, and President Samia Suluhu Hassan has declared 2 days of national mourning following the death of Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. The national mourning, as she said, will start on April 29, 2022 and end on April 30th, 2022. During this 2-day national mourning, our neighbors in Tanzania will fly their flags at half-mast across the entire territory of the country, and all Tanzanian diplomats' missions abroad. President Samia conveyed her heartfelt condolences to the people of Kenya and urged Tanzanians to join in solidarity with their neighbors during this difficult period as they mourn the death of their former leader. Just 3 days ago, the president's body was lying in state in Parliament. Quite a number of people were allowed to go and view. It started a day earlier because as soon as it landed in Parliament, many people wanted to see, and the program had to be adjusted. Thousands of them just paying their respects to the fallen head of state, remembering him as a gentleman par excellence and the father of the economy. Many people saying during his time, life and times were better and they had some money in their pocket. All that attributed to his style of leadership and his economic leadership as well through the time. Every other leader who's eulogized the president, the former president, says he was a gentleman par excellence and the father also who pushed for democracy and multipartyism as well. This is now Rough Bunch Road, I believe, whereas they head into State House before the gun carriage takes over and heads now to Nyayo National Stadium.
Right, and Trevor, as you're viewing just how slowly this is moving, just to kind of give you a sense of the somberness and the gravity of this moment, the final journey of Mwai Kibaki. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, we heard from leaders and Kenyans alike of the legacy that he left that still stands, you know, in terms of the difference he made at their personal, in their personal lives and at their level. It wasn't just power that was seen at State House, the House on the Hill. It was felt in the villages across this country. And many people can speak to that in terms of the benefits that they were accorded as a result of him being in office. As you mentioned, he was termed the gentleman of Kenyan politics. He was an astute debater also in Parliament, and very respected for his brilliant economic mind in terms of the policies that he put in place to revive the Kenyan economy after the Moi regime. And so those things cannot be forgotten in terms of his contribution to this country, to this region, if you will. And it's evident in the number of dignitaries who've also come to honor him from across the continent as well. Remembering what he meant for also African democracy. Remember, he came in 2002, and there was such a euphoric energy when, you know, we thought about moving from a one-party state into finally being able to have Kenya being quoted among countries that were now strong democracies and having several parties now in place.
There are many attributes that have been given to the former head of state, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. In fact, there are many tributes coming through. There's also the Lapset Corridor Development Authority that is saying that the Lapset remember the late President Mwai Kibaki's transformative vision to create a second infrastructure and economic corridor in the country to connect Kenya with the neighboring countries of Ethiopia and South Sudan. You will remember also that it's during the tenure of the late President Mwai Kibaki that the Vision 2030 was actually launched. And I was speaking earlier on to the inaugural Director General of Vision 2030, Mwai Kibaki, and he said that every other development that is being done in this country today is premised on the Vision 2030. Maybe different naming, but all of it is around the Vision 2030. And now we can see also Lapset will also being attributing the movement to him. President Kibaki desired to bring forth economic development opportunities in the marginalized former northern frontier region by connecting Kenya with additional neighboring countries to ensure equitable distribution of resources in Kenya. They are giving a tribute to him and saying that he was also instrumental in ensuring stability in West Africa by initiating diplomatic programs to enhance peace. In example, in the March 2012, he invited two heads of state, President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, who's also here in the country, to mourn the head of state, two heads of state, also Ministers Meles Zenawi, now deceased, to jointly commission the Lapset Corridor Program as a regional project. The project was further drafted as a key enabler of Kenya's Vision 2030 economic recovery. But also one of the other things that came out, Vicky, is that he was not into self-aggrandizement, so to speak, because I barely ever remember there's no Mwai Kibaki Airport, Mwai Kibaki Port, Mwai Kibaki University.
This is true. Yeah. And I was speaking to an individual who actually ran with him or contested the Bahati seat back in 1969. And she said he was the perfect gentleman. And Kibaki was one of those people who shouldn't have been in politics.
Yeah.
She said he spoke less, but he did more, which is a quality that many leaders really should be emulating in this time. And it was evident. We saw that throughout his presidency in those two terms. But you know what's also interesting? Before he even touched State House, his leadership qualities really shone the world over. And I have to make mention of this because the World Bank president, Robert McNamara, back in the 70s, called Kibaki one of the greatest economic brains to have emerged from Africa. In 1977, Time magazine recognized Kibaki as one of the African leaders of the 21st century with high potential. And in 1981, again, he was named as one of the top 100 people who could lead the world in various capacities. So, you know, at that time, before he even became a head of state, people recognized and identified that leadership in him.
Now just getting into State House, you can see now they've just arrived at State House. The house is there before we move into the gun carriage and head straight into the Nyayo National Stadium. Let me walk you down memory lane in history. 1931, Mwai Kibaki was born in the Nguri village, that's in Othaya division of Nyeri district, now Nyeri County, as the youngest son of a Kikuyu peasants Kibaki Githinji and Teresia Wanjiku. In his youth, he was baptized Emilio Stanley by Italian missionaries. Around 1950, in his final year at Mangu High School, Kibaki unsuccessfully tried to join the army influenced by the veterans of the First and Second World Wars in his native village. Chief Colonial Secretary Walter Coates had barred the recruitment of the Kikuyu, Embu and Meru communities in the army. Fast forward that to 1952, he joined Makerere College, now University, in Kampala, Uganda, where he lived in Subugu Hall, which later became part of Michelle Hall, at London Intermediate Examination, and excelled, earning the prestigious Starrock Prize in 1953. Coming into 1952 and 1953, he was elected to the Students' Council after showing deep interest in politics. This is where really it began, and those are live pictures from State House as the arrival is happening as we speak. From there, the body will then be moved to the gun carriage, which will then make it 6-kilometer stretch all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium. Maybe it will be in the same fashion that it did move from Lee, so it will be a slow movement. You can see the police officers already lined right from State House, and they're going to be lined up all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium, where several dignitaries are also expected, heads of state there, thousands of Kenyans also attending as we speak. Those are shots from State House, where now the hearse has just arrived, and you can see there that there's a movement, the casket, you can see it from a distance in the hearse. That is also military. I was giving you a rundown of history, and in 1955, now Kibaki graduated at the top of his class from Makerere, where he studied economics, history, and political science. He earned a first-class honors degree in economics and was immediately appointed an assistant sales manager at Shell Company of East Africa, Uganda Division. In 1955, he earned a scholarship for postgraduate studies in any British university and enrolled at the prestigious London School of Economics for BSc in Public Finance, where he later graduated with a distinction. This is also where many say that he learned his economic skills that then stabilized the country during the time when he was the leader, and many people would feel the ease in their pockets. And the citizens were saying at that time there was a bit of pressure, was not as high as it is right now. You can still see the military protocols there. They've just moved into formation, into a position. And Brigadier, let me bring you back on this before I go back on the memory lane. What is happening now? We can see them moving into formation, and we can see the combination, of course, the red, and then there's the blue and the white. Brigadier.
Yes, Trevor, what we are seeing now is actually the body arriving at State House, and what you have on the sides is the team of pallbearers, the colonels, who will always accompany the body wherever it is, and then be able to transfer the body for a short while into State House and then back onto the gun carriages. So essentially that is actually the complete team of the pallbearers. Yeah. But at any one time there's about maybe 8 of them who will carry the actual body itself, the rest being just on standby to assist if need be.
Okay.
So moving all the way slowly again with full honors into State House.
Yeah. It is an amazing display of color and an amazing display of discipline as well, and formations and protocols of the military, just giving the head of state a send-off. They're calling the state funeral. Back to the history of this all. In 1958, President Mwai Kibaki went to Makerere University as an assistant lecturer in the economic department. And in 1960, that's when he joined active politics. After ditching his job at the Makerere, he became an executive officer of Kenya African National Union, that's KANU. With his background in academia, he was instrumental in drafting Kenya's independence constitution. And Vicky, this is where now, in 1960, that's where now
Kibaki found love.
Exactly. It's interesting.
Yes, he did. And he married Lucy Muthoni, daughter of a church minister, who was a secondary school teacher, with whom they had 4 children. She is now late. And in 1963, when Kenya gained independence, he was elected as MP for Donholm constituency, later called Bahati, and now Makadara in Nairobi. The same year, he was appointed the permanent secretary for Treasury. And here we see the body is just about to be moved from the hearse, as they have a small ceremony to honor the late. Let's bring in Brigadier here to walk us through this process.
Yes, the body has arrived now finally at State House and ready to be moved into State House. We'll see the pallbearers now to lift the body onto the small carriage. Then it will go through a small guard of honor, a guard in line, which will be on both sides, and the body will then go through, being carried by the pallbearers, into a State House, where we'll have the short church service, prayers and all that, and then after that be ready to transfer the body back onto the long-awaited gun carriage, all the way now to Nyayo Stadium. As I said, you can see now the team of pallbearers taking their position, ready to lift the body onto the small carriage and then take it all the way through the small parade. The band is in place also. You can see that the Kenya Defence Forces band ready to play the tunes as and when required. So let's watch so closely as the body is being now moved into actual State House building.
I also noticed during that time there have been at least 3 salutes now. The moment the casket, the body, the hearse was opened, there was a salute. The moment they moved in, there was a salute. Is there a protocol for all that, or is it something that they do as long as there's any movement?
Yes, anytime the team will be handling the body, they will salute. Anytime they leave the body, they'll also salute in honor. But of course, anybody else who will be along the way as the body is being transported in uniform will also salute at that time.
Yeah. Before we get back into the history that Vicky has there, we were talking earlier on with John on the issue of morale. This is not so much seen in the military. How are they handling it there? Is it that you have your own, the disciplined forces have their own style of doing this? We were talking about the issue of morale and remuneration in terms of service to the nation.
One of the most important elements of importance in the military is the issue of morale. And all commanders have responsibility to ensure that those under them have the highest standards of morale, both in terms of care, in terms of enumeration, in terms of health, extending all the way to concerns for the family, that wherever they are, they're all okay. So you find that even when you have soldiers going to theater, like Somalia now, we take very good concern about families who are back in camp to ensure that they're well taken care of, and morale is always at its highest, never go down at any moment.
Yeah. And there we have a beautiful shot of the military formation, the Army in red, the Air Force in blue, the Navy in white. And it's a beautiful picture also of service, which is what Kibaki emulated, as we've been talking about earlier. He was about his work and what it meant for the people and what it meant for the country. And so here we are at a State House, which served as his home for 10 years while he was the president of this great republic from 2003 to 2013, when he, of course, gave over to his successor, President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is now going to receive his body as we give off to this final journey.
Yeah. And Brigadier, as they move through, we can see the formation, the lineup there. Is that the point where there's going to be a presentation of arms, or at that point do they stay still? Like
Very good, Trevor. The salute by those soldiers online is actually present arms. While the rest who have no arms will salute by hand, their salute is the present arms, which they'll do just now as the body will be passing with honors through that guard. You can see on both sides, they are lined up on both sides, being the guard in line.
Okay. Those are live shots from State House as we speak now. The body has just arrived there. It will be ushered in and then moved out through the gun carriage. There's a 6-kilometer walk, like we mentioned earlier on, to Nyayo National Stadium, where we also have our teams on standby, waiting to receive the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. Thousands of them have already arrived there. Heads of state are also expected there. At his home in Othaya, everything is ready for the state funeral. We know in Tanzania, they're joining Kenya's mourn. President Samia Suluhu has declared a 2-day state of mourning where flags will fly at half-mast within Tanzania and also in all the diplomatic stations, as well as they join Kenya in bidding farewell to the third head of state, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, in a state funeral that is full of all the military protocols. Like you can see them lined up there. We were told earlier on it's the Army in red, and then there's the Air Force in white, and then we have the Navy. The Navy is in white, and then the Air Force is in blue. That's the way they are ranked there, and most of them are colonels. We're waiting now for the presentation of arms, which is a salute to their commander-in-chief. As soon as that procession happens, heading into State House, just for a short ceremony, and then there'll be a movement. The movement has begun already. The pallbearers are in place. They're in the ranks of colonels and above, as the brigadier was mentioning to us earlier on. Remember, this is a mix of civilian and military protocols, but it is called the state funeral, where they are the ones who are taking precedence, and the family, of course, is right behind there for the final rites of the head of state before we head out to Nyayo National Stadium. You had a history of how this whole started and where we are right now.
Yes, absolutely. In 1969, he was promoted to the Minister of Commerce and Industry in the government of the founding president, Jomo Kenyatta, before being moved to the Ministry of Finance in the same capacity where he served until 1982. And in 1974, he was elected MP for Othaya constituency after evading a stiff competition in Donholm. The same year, Time magazine rated him among the top 100 people in the world who had the potential to lead. He was re-elected in Othaya for 7 consecutive terms until his retirement. And, this making him one of the longest-serving MPs.
That is the interesting thing. He served for more than 50 years, and to have consecutive terms in a country where the transition is quite high means that people had absolute faith. That is the head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta, now heading out there to receive that is the head, President Uhuru Kenyatta and the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, heading out to receive the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. Live pictures there from State House before the procession starts, heading straight to the Nyayo National Stadium. We know that heads of state, quite a number of them have sent in their condolence messages. The most recent, also a plus two-day mourning, is Tanzania's President Samia Suluhu, the head of state there, in position now to receive the late President Mwai Kibaki's body before the procession heads out now to Nyayo National Stadium. But there's more messages from leaders across the globe.
Exactly. This one coming from the United Kingdom, Queen Elizabeth mourning Mwai Kibaki as a great statesman. It says Kenya can take pride in the legacy of his leadership. Of course, Kenya is special to the Queen because this is where she actually found out that she would be Queen of England. But let's listen in to what's happening at State House.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty, ever-living God, you are gracious and merciful to your creation. Remember your servant, the third President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, whom you have called from this world to yourself. Grant that he who was united with your Son in a death like his may also be one with him in his resurrection. We pray with confidence that in the last day you will raise up his mortal body to perfection and join the common of saints. Give him a merciful judgment and the forgiveness of sins. May Christ the Good Shepherd lead him safely home to be at peace with God our Father and be happy forever with the whole saints. Saints of God, come and intercede for him. Angels of the Lord, come to meet him. Receive his soul and present him to God the Most High. May Christ, who called you, take you to himself and grant you eternal life. Into your hands, Lord, we commend his spirit. We come and commend our brother, the third President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let your virtual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, the Holy Spirit.
All right, it's this precision, Vicky, because they were there. This precision now starts leaving State House, heading to Nyayo National Stadium. They were there for exactly 10 minutes. 5 minutes for the slide ceremony by the clergy, right, and the procession heads out.
Right
now
at
the march
9
begins.
They began, exactly. You can see the repurposed military Humvees carrying the family and military officers as this procession all the way to Nyayo Stadium begins. 5 kilometers?
Mm-hmm.
You've been saying all morning, 6 kilometers,
yes.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, all the way to Nyayo House. And Brigadier, we can see now, the Nyayo Stadium is where they're going to right now. We can see there's a difference. Now the family has moved from the vehicle they were in into the repurposed Humvees. What happens from here now in terms of military significance? And there's a lineup also. We can see there's a team that is stopping here and there's one that marches all the way. And there's some interesting questions from the people here which I'll pose to you in just a bit. But just walk us through this, what we are seeing right now.
Yes, what we are seeing now is after the honor at State House and the church service in the presence of the President, Commander-in-Chief, President Uhuru Kenyatta. The cottage will now leave for Nyayo National Stadium, and what we'll see is that we'll see the guard of honor, which will march in front of the cottage all the way to Nyayo House.
Nyayo Stadium.
Through Nyayo Stadium, through Procession Way, onto Uhuru Highway, and then onto Nyayo Stadium. And behind the cottage, we are going to see the pall bearers will always be there, just to ensure that all is well in terms of movement and all that. And immediately after that, we'll have the immediate family, as I said, enjoying the pride of place to ride behind the cottage. It will be a slow ride, very slow indeed, all the way into Nyayo Stadium with the full honors. Of course, again, remembering that the body will be on the gun carriage, as has been a practice that we saw also last time when we were having a bidding farewell to President Mwai. So we can see now the parade in place, the guard in place now, ready to start the march to Nyayo Stadium once the instructions are given.
Yeah, so they are going to walk through all the way to Nyayo Stadium, but we've also seen the family now, like you mentioned earlier on, that this is now a mix between civilian and military protocol. They are now in a different kind of vehicle, the Humvees now. Is it part of the protocol? Because then many people would argue that why didn't they just move with the vehicle that they had and the gun carriage in front? Or is it protocol that the gun carriage has to be followed by military, somehow military purposed vehicles?
Yes, now it is very much, actually part of the honors comes now in terms of this drive from State House to Nyayo Stadium. And this is where normally you'll find, had it been like in UK, the horse carriage comes in, all a military show all the way, and therefore to conform to that, everything becomes military now, to include the carriage for the immediate family members and the pallbearers. So we'll not see any vehicles, we'll see just the soldiers marching, the military vehicles, the Humvees carrying the family, and that is it, all the way to Nyayo Stadium.
Okay. There are quite a number of people who are asking here that what happens, this is Edwin Mwangi, says what happens if it rains as they march to Nyayo Stadium?
Now, two things. One, we like conforming to the standing instructions on how to conduct such activities, and therefore rain normally is not an issue for us. It is the key function that must take place as desired. However, should there be need is too heavy, then again the element of adjusting will be quite ideal. For today, it's quite an honor that the rain was there showers in the morning. It's expecting us now, giving us a clear, cool day for the march from State House to Nyayo Stadium. And a great honor indeed for the late president.
Indeed, and we hope the elements hold, especially during the state funeral itself at Nyayo National Stadium. Another question to you, Brigadier, from Peter Theuri on Twitter, asking how the ceremony would be different if the president was Muslim, for instance, knowing that burials are done the same day.
Now, again, for that, what we have seen, very correct indeed, that for Muslims, it will be done preferably the same day if it is still daylight to allow for the ceremony. If it's late in the evening or at night, then the body will stay until the following day. But we have seen from practice, this being done slightly differently. because of the honor that goes along with it. We have seen instances where a Muslim head of state has had to stay for 1 or 2 days in terms of practice from other Islamic states. So again, dictated by circumstances, very close touch with the family, and very close touch with the Islamic scholars.
Let me bring back John on this. And John, this is a culmination. It's a celebration and also mourning at the same time. A celebration of a life well lived, but mourning because of the departed head of state. But you are part of the Starehe Boys Center marching band. We saw that happening at State House today.
Yes.
What kind of preparation goes into that? And where is the intersection? Because it's a military affair, but the Starehe guys were also there.
Yes. So just to give a bit of history, the late President Mwai Kibaki is the second patron of Starehe Boys Center. He took over in 1969 after the first patron, the late Tom Joseph Mboya, passed away. At the time, he had ascended into the Minister for Commerce and Industry. He did two things. One, he's remained the patron through his life for 53 years. Number two, he also brought in Shell as a company, which has remained a key sponsor of Starehe. His wife, the former First Lady, the late Lucy Kibaki, also launched Starehe Girls Center in 2005. Now, to your question, when we were marching, I played tenor saxophone in that same marching band from the time I was in Form 1 to Form 4. We did unusually high preparation. Our band master actually came from the disciplined forces, so we marched in the same way as the other bands march. In fact, we played the same songs. You could hear me humming some of the songs as we were playing, and we were able to easily integrate into that national ceremony. For this particular event, his family actually has requested and given the honor, knowing the place that Starehe Boys and Starehe Girls Center had in his life. They have requested the band to appear, and you see the boys there marching. They have ceremonial dress. They were there during the event's preparation and rehearsal yesterday. So the short answer to your question is a lot of meticulous marching exercises, coordination exercises, music exercises, and of course there is a band master and there's a band sergeant. Just like in the military, there are sergeants and corporals, and there are all sorts of protocols that align with the marching bands of the discipline.
Because that same team is expected at the Nyayo National Stadium. In fact, they're going to perform.
Absolutely.
Saying this was part of the family's request.
This is at the family's request, given the special place that the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, the former president, held as a patron, life patron of Starehe Boys Center for no less than 53 years since 1969. And his wife launched Starehe Girls Center. So the family has been very involved in there's a house named after him, Kibaki House, you'll find in both centers. And more importantly, they had a special place. And this shows the granularity of his leadership reach, that, you know, institutions from the least to the lowest. Education, of course, was a key pillar, and this is one of the ways. When I went through Starehe Boys Center, he was a major part. He was, always there for the Founders Day, and he was a major part of the school. And education to him was everything, and he aligned and felt purpose with the vision of the center because of its background and the unique way in which it transformed people from all corners of the country who came from very humble background, just like himself, into leaders of the nation and even in the world in future. So the family recognizes that part, and they have requested that, and the school has honored that, and that's why you see the students there.
Yeah, so the symphony and synchronizing of the songs with the military as well.
Yes.
So are you assigned that these are the songs you will go with, or do you just emulate what the military are doing?
So that's a brilliant question. So in a band, you have all sorts of songs. So you select particular songs for a particular occasion. Yeah. So since the band masters used to, I can see the Brigadier General Mohammed nodding. So since the band masters came from the disciplined forces, they know the kind of tunes that would be played in national occasions. The band gets to select what they play, and as they are marching, they have those sort of interludes and transitions from one song to the other. So you may find them them playing similar songs with the military. The unique of the creativity in a band is that they also get contemporary tunes. So you'll hear them playing contemporary gospel tunes, contemporary, popular songs. But it is all ceremonial. Today being a very, like you said, both celebratory, and we started this by saying such a state function that is honoring a late president is also an occasion for national unity. There's been so much drama, say, on the political scene this week, but it is all in the shadow, in the back burners compared to this. So this brings people together, it unites. So even the songs reflect the tone of the occasion, the spirit of the occasion, the seriousness of the occasion, and the message that you would want to be performed. So it was actually always, and when I was in school, in high school, we used to go for all major national celebrations in full uniform, and I would carry my heavy saxophone, which was 2/3 of my body at the time. and we played it with pride, and it was joyous to stand in the sun, like the Brigadier General was saying. You were disciplined so that come rain, come sunshine, you'd stand in that formation until you were asked to fall out.
Is that the same situation, Brigadier? Because, I've noticed that also the song selection somehow matches the match itself. If it is a more brisk match, the songs are much faster, but also is it about the occasion? If it is a somber occasion, then the songs are much more...
Trevor, three things. One is we have the songs for the normal quick match, and we have the tunes also for the slow match, and then the tunes for different occasions, as today. All at the courtesy of the bandmaster, who will decide what is suitable on that day. Well defined, like the slow match, quick match are very different, and it follows very closely with the steps that you're taking and matches that very well.
All
right, so we have some eyes on Nyayo National Stadium now, also split screen with State House as they prepare to leave to start that procession. Dignitaries will be entering any time from now. So according to the program, shortly after 10 a.m. or really right from now, arrival of ambassadors, high commissioners, the principal secretaries, judges, members of the National Assembly, senators, county governors, the cabinet, judges of the Supreme Court, heads of arms of government, and of course, His Excellency, the Deputy President, William Ruto, also will be arriving. And then after that, the visiting heads of state and governments will also be making their way to Nyayo National Stadium and be seated before the President Uhuru Kenyatta and the late President Mwai Kibaki's bodies also ushered into the stadium. So quite a few. Majority Leader Amos Kimunya is also there. We just got some eyes on him. Several other leaders from the National Assembly. Inooro Ndindi also there, already seated, awaiting the arrival of other leaders from government and other institutions who are attending the state funeral today.
Oh yeah, we're still just trying to see, is that Mudomi Njuki there from Tharaka-Nithi County Governor? There is also there, that's Karanja Kibicho, PS Interior, I see from this part. So many dignitaries are also arriving there. The heads of state were also expected there. We know Salva Kiir is here in the country. We also know Cyril Ramaphosa from South Africa is also here. As soon as they arrive, we'll let you know. This is coming at a time when President Samia Suluhu of Tanzania has also just declared a 2 days national mourning there in honor of the fallen head of state here. The national mourning starts on April 29th, 2022, ends on April 30th, 2022. During the 2-day national mourning happening in Tanzania, the Tanzanian flag shall fly at half-mast and across the entire territory of the country, and all the Tanzanian diplomat missions abroad as well. President Samia Suluhu there conveyed heartfelt condolences to the people of Kenya and urged Tanzanians to join in solidarity with their neighbors during this difficult period as they mourn the death of their former leader. It's been 8 days of mourning right now, and it's not just Samia Suluhu who has sent in the messages of condolences, also Queen Elizabeth, right?
That's right. Queen Elizabeth, of course, offering her condolences as we continue to mourn, described him as a great statesman, and says Kenya can take pride in the legacy of his leadership, as we mentioned earlier, Kenya being particularly special to her, as this is where she found out she would be Queen of England. Yeah. But those are the messages streaming in now from leaders. You have another, Trevor?
President Paul Kagame of Rwanda also had sent in a message earlier on when he heard of the demise of the third head of state of Kenya, and he said that my sincere condolences to the people of Kenya and to the family of President Kibaki. His dedication to the economic transformation of Kenya and his work towards regional integration will be remembered for many generations. The people of Rwanda stand with Kenya during these trying times. This is happening at a time when the procession is just about to head out from State House and make that 6-kilometer walk all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. And that's when there's also the state funeral happening right now as we speak. Thousands of Kenyans already arrived. Dignitaries are also there to mourn the third head of state, Mwai Kibaki. They had moved from Lee Funeral Home. The meeting at State House it was just as clergy taking charge there for just about 5 minutes, and now they're heading out. Just the procession is just about to start. Right. The march heading through to Nyayo National Stadium. In fact, the march is beginning right now, as you can see from your screens there, heading all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. And they mentioned that this happens come rain or shine. There's no breaking of formation. And that's when they're heading straight to Nyayo National Stadium. There are roads that have been closed for this particular match, right, Victoria?
Indeed, and I have to make mention of that beautiful aerial shot before I talk about the roads. The colors, as you can see, ceremonial colors of the military, Kenya Army in red, the Air Force in blue, and the Navy in white. Just a wonderful display of the order. And, of course, this last honor they are bestowing upon the late Mwai Kibaki. But for those of you who would be wanting to move around now and want to risk it, but these are the roads that will be affected as a result of this march. Sections of Mombasa Road, Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue, Processional Way, and Aerodrome Road as well. So bear in mind as you're moving around the CBD, those are the roads to avoid for now as the procession continues, and this should take up until 10 a.m. when they reach Nyayo National Stadium.
Absolutely, and there are many heads of state that are condoling with the Kenyans at this trying time. In fact, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda also sent in his condolence messages earlier on when he received the message of the passing on of Honorable Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. He says it is a sorrowful moment for the people of Kenya, the East African community, and the African continent at large. He says while at the helm of the Kenya's leadership, he played a fundamental role in achieving socio-economic transformation and prosperity for the Kenyan people. He was active in deepening the roots of African unity and cooperation for peace, development, and security. This is a message from Yoweri Kaguta Museveni from Uganda. He says as he rests from his earthly responsibilities, let the young generation study his exemplary deeds and emulate this great son of Africa. He will be remembered for his faithful and excellent service to his motherland and Africa. Signed, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. Brigadier, this is a formation that is happening right now. Is there any significance in terms of what we see right now? Because it seems to me it's a formation almost like a letter T or I, because there's a team up front, and then there's the three teams in between, and then there's another one at the back.
Yeah, what you are seeing at the front is the Kenya Defense Forces Band, made up of the three services, and then followed by the Guard of Honor, again made up of the three services, and then the cottage with the pallbearers, and then just behind is the family, just behind. So we'll see them proceed on, and then when they get maybe outside the State House, then we'll see the guard now left alone to go on their own. The band will definitely shift off to give them way, and then they'll take focus and be ahead to lead all the way. Today you find that even the outriders are at the back. It is that team that will be at the front being seen very visibly. So let's see how they move on.
Is this now the presidential team leaving State House as well, or is it it's the same one?
Sorry, this is again the outriders who will lead the way, but giving a good distance, for the guard to take pride and display themselves. Then the band also will, at some point, just give way to allow the main team to push on.
All right, let's listen into what's going on at State House, because the band usually has very interesting ceremonial songs.
parade haisumbuliwangi mara mingi. Enda mbele kabisa huko. Enda tu kabisa, enda tu mwenzako ashaenda. Enda tu kabisa. Nenda.
Leta hiyo. Halo? Si Cheriot, nimeona Cheriot hapo. Haya.
Kimoda.
This is a real test of endurance, Trevor. We were just talking with John Kinuthia, having to play a wind instrument, walk those kilometers, brave the elements, and keep step.
And you were saying that they're heavy brass. Just walk us through that instrumental as well before we close.
Yeah, so a band usually has different sections. There's the wind instrument, the brass instrument, and all that. There's the percussion, which are the drums. So you'll notice they have strapped them with leather straps to their bodies.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task. It's no mean feat. Walking in the elements in the sun, you're trying to keep to the beat. They're using musical time, so you can hear the drum majors as they are calling. They call the songs one after the other.
Yeah.
Then you hear their transition. So it is mental work, it's physical work, it's a lot of endurance, and they have to do exercises and just basically keep fit to do that.
Yeah. There was also the transition, and we could tell, you were telling us earlier on how that transition happens.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the drum rolls usually, so in music, there's music time. Some beats are 4/4 time, which means there are 4 beats in a bar. Some are 3. They are compound time and all that. So to help the transition from one song to another, the drum major will signal that you're changing the tune, and then you'll go to another tune. And there are also fast marches and slow marches. So there's a transition. You'll hear the beats come to an end, and then a new song starts with a new beat. Usually they give 2 or 4 bars, and then they start a new song. There's a lot of coordination and science that goes into it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Brigadier Ahmed, now we are watching the final walk of this. You're saying that they'll stay there whether there's rain or shine up until the end. Is that also timed in terms of what distance, the 6 kilometers distance? Is there a timing that you need to have covered that, or that now you just go with the flow?
Now, Trevor, I'll say that this will go with the flow in terms of the distance covered.
Yeah.
But again, also that much of the march, again, borrowed very much from the British tradition. And as most of us will remember at our age, in the UK, the largest ceremony for one, not a monarch, the 20th century, was done for Sir Winston Churchill at his burial in 1965. And it was historic in the sense that it was after a long time that the Queen authorized a state funeral for a non-monarch or a sovereign. And it was because of his major contribution in defending UK in the Second World War against the Nazis. That was greatly honored. In the same way that you see today, the procession left where it was preserved. Of course, it lay for 3 days in state, also in Westminster. And then on the actual day of the burial, it was then moved along this procession, almost in a similar way, through his offices in London, and then through 10 Downing Street, where he normally will be sitting, all the way to the actual burial site, or rather state funeral on that day. The other key element of that particular funeral was the march that was done. Now, today, our march is being, the body is being towed by a gun tower. In the UK, that body was on the carriage, but not towed.
Yeah.
It was towed by members of the armed forces who pulled it all the way across the whole procession to the place that the state funeral was going to take place. A great honor indeed.
Yeah.
You know, you may say, like they're marching today is tiring. No. It's an honor to be picked today, to stand out there, to march there, to take the body to its burial place.
All right.
Therefore, the Royal Navy, like we have here the Kenya Army in the lead, in the UK, the Royal Navy takes the lead. And it's a pride for them to actually tow that body all the way to where the state funeral will take place.
And Brigadier, just a question on the march. There's one here from a colleague who's asking about the officer who was swinging the sword. What prompts that? And he was doing it intermittently as one of the officers swinging the sword. Yeah, so they were asking what prompts the officer to do that at intermittent times during the march?
Okay, now, you know, they are marching, and part of it will be in instructions, and different occasions may call for that. Okay. We have a parade commander who is at the front of all this, and is carrying a sword.
Yes.
Yeah, as you said, in war, that sword was being used to give orders, to give instructions, to give direction. And therefore, being in the front, he will see him also, again, giving instructions as may be appropriate.
Yeah. And Kinuthia, before you take closing remarks from you and hand over to the Swahili team now, you're mentioning earlier on that there's a point where the band takes almost like a breather. Yes. But it's not complete silence.
Yes.
So what do they do at that point?
So the same drum rolling that you notice in the intersection and transition from one song to the other, that allows them to change the time, the beat of the music, they allows them to change from a quick march to a slow march. After some time, they just take a longer time to just have the drummers drumming. So that gives the wind instruments and other instrumentalists who are actually blowing the same oxygen they are breathing into the instruments some time to rest and recuperate and catch their breath and all that.
Yeah.
And it will go on for an extended period of time before the next song.
All right. I'll give you both a chance to just give your condolence messages as we wrap up on this and involve our Swahili team who now takes over from this procession. I can see, I think, there are heads of state who are making their way to the Nyayo National Stadium right now as we speak. Dignitaries expected there as the procession also heads to the Nyayo National Stadium. They should be there any minute now. They started marching from State House heading there. These are the heads of state who are here. 3 of them are already here. Salva Kiir, Cyril Ramaphosa is one of them who's also here. We'll see who's coming in. But just your closing remarks on this. And Brigadier, I'll start with you in terms of the condolence messages to the people.
Well, thank you very much, Trevor. Good to have me today on this great occasion. Very good indeed, a very historic event, well covered indeed by the members of the armed forces, by the state itself, and by the government. It actually giving it that stature that it deserves on this great day, remembering the legacy of President Kibaki during his time in his 10-year rule, having done very, very well indeed in terms of his relations with people, in terms of his governance, in terms of the way he handled our economy, all standing out indeed as he was handing over at his departure. So I want to take this moment to pass my condolences once again to the family and to the nation of Kenya on this day. And I hope they'll join us tomorrow again for the final shot that will say goodbye to the Commander-in-Chief.
All right. Kinuthia?
I want to thank you. We were here during the late President Mwai's funeral, and with Brigadier General Ahmed Mohamed and yourself and Vicky. I want to thank you for that opportunity. My condolences to the family of the late President, and also to thank them for giving him in service to the nation. Sometimes people forget the ultimate sacrifice that families make when their own is in leadership. So sincere condolences to the family and to the nation, and thanking them for such a brilliant and humble servant who has transformed Kenya decades into the future.
All right, thank you so much for making time for us. John Kinuthia, security expert and retired Brigadier Ahmed Mohamed, who's been very instrumental in telling us what's going on in the military protocol on this. Asante sana for making time this morning. We can see the Nyayo National Stadium there, dignitaries, family of the late President Mwai Kibaki already taken position, heads of state already there. We're still waiting for the procession that is heading to Nyayo National Stadium right now as we speak. For that segment, now we're going to hand over to Nimrod Tabu, who's here for the Swahili team as well, who takes over from Victoria and myself for wall-to-wall coverage of this. We have our teams. In fact, they're just arriving at the Nyayo National Stadium, right? This is the procession arriving, and then the head of state is heading out of State House as well. These are shots that we're seeing from State House there, going there. Nimrod, hii sasa ni kama kuna ni furaha na huzuni pia hapo katikati, ni kama zote mbili ziko pamoja. Maana kuna ambao wanasema ameishi miaka mingi, 91 ni miaka za kufurahisha, kuna wengine.
Wajua sisi kwa Kiswahili tunasema ni hisia mseto. Maana hisia kuchanganyika kwamba ni furaha na vile vile huzuni. Naam, Trevor na Victoria, asante sana kwa kunikaribisha, na kama nilivyokuwa nasema hapo awali ni kwamba ni hisia mseto. Wenzetu wakitazama picha za moja kwa moja kutoka ikulu ya Nairobi, ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na msafara wake hivi sasa wakiwa wameondoka, zikiwa ni saa 4 na dakika 19 hivi kuelekea katika uwanja wa Nyayo, na inatarajiwa kwamba ule msafara unaongozwa na jeshi la Kenya na vile vile kubeba jeneza lililobeba mwili wa mwenda zake hayati Emilio Mwai Kibaki kutarajiwa kufika wakati wote kufikia sasa katika uwanja wa Nyayo. Kwa hivyo nafikiri ni hisia mseto, hisia za furaha na vile vile hisia za huzuni pia. Furaha kwa kuwa ni kiongozi ambaye wengi watamuenzi wakimkumbuka kwa shughuli ambazo alifanyia taifa hili. Huzuni vile vile kuondokewa na mwenda zake kama ilivyo desturi za Kiafrika. Kwa hivyo bila shaka nafikiri tutakuwa tunaendelea na matangazo ya moja kwa moja, wageni rasmi vile vile wageni kutoka mataifa mbalimbali wakiweza kufika. Namuona Kalonzo Musyoka, mmoja wa vigogo katika muungano ama chama cha Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, wakiwa wanalakiwa pale na waziri wa ulinzi niwe radhi, waziri Bi Rachel Omamo, waziri wa ulinzi ni Eugene Wamalwa, nafikiri kama sikukosa. Na
naibu rais pia yuko hapo tayari kuwapokea, ni kama nangojea President Uhuru Kenyatta, that should be his entourage, or should be another head of state coming through right now. These are live pictures heading into Nyayo National Stadium, so we're also receiving them live with you at the same time. So as soon as we spot any of them, we will let you know. But now we're handing over to the Swahili team. Nimrod, sasa wewe endelea, chukua.
Bila shaka. Na nashukuru mmeniacha na wageni ambao ni wataalamu wa mambo haya. Kwa hivyo mimi nitakuwa na promosha maswali kwa lugha ya Kiswahili tuwaweze kutufahamisha mbivu na mbichi.
Naona Brigadier Ahmed kidogo anakataa.
Kiswahili si kigumu. Tushafanya kazi hii na wewe hapo awali, na vile vile John Kinuthia, mtaalamu wa masuala ya kiusalama. Asante sana. Pengine nafikiri wakati nawapisha wenzangu waondoke na mimi niweze kukaa, pengine Brigadier nianze na wewe, kuanzia toka asubuhi mpaka kufikia sasa. Shughuli imekuendea namna gani? Najua kuna magwanda rasmi yamevaliwa pale, vikosi vya usalama kwa wanajeshi. Kwa wale ambao pengine walikuwa wanatazama lakini kizungu pengine kinawapiga chenga, tueleze wanajeshi ambao wamehusishwa katika hafla hii wanaweza kuwa hawapungui idadi ya kiasi gani? Pengine tuanzie hapo.
Nimrod, asante sana, nimeshukuru sana kwa nafasi hii na kusema ya kwamba tumekuwa hapa tangu asubuhi kuona sherehe za rasmi zikiwa zimeanza kule Lee Funeral, ikapitia pale State House kwa heshima na pia kwa sala, na baada ya hiyo tukaona msafara ukiwa umetoka ustadi kabisa ikiwa inaongozwa na wanajeshi kitembea kwa miguu wa kutoa heshima zao kuelekea kule Nyayo Stadium. Na mpaka sasa naona wamefanya vizuri, wameweza kufika Nyayo Stadium ikiwa kwa hali ya juu sana na hali ya furaha sana kwa siku ya leo.
Najua wewe ni mzoefu wa shughuli kama hii, maana hukustaafu muda mrefu sana. Bila shaka ni shughuli ya kitaifa, mithili ya tunaweza kusema sherehe za kitaifa ambazo huwa tunaziandaa mara kwa mara katika miaka tofauti hapa nchini. Pengine utueleze tu mkusanyiko huu wa wanajeshi, umehusisha vikosi vingapi na pengine idadi pia, ili mtazamaji akitazama aweze kujua kweli mithili yake ni kama sherehe nyingine yote ya kitaifa, huku tukimpa heshima marehemu Mwai Kibaki.
Nimrod, kwa sherehe ya leo tuko na ile ambayo tunaita kwa kizungu full guard. Full guard inaundwa kutokana na jeshi letu tatu: jeshi la nchi kavu, jeshi la wanahewa na jeshi la maji, wote wakiwa kwa nambari watu 96, ikiwa ndio full guard, ikiwa chini ya Luteni Kanali ambaye anaongoza hiyo gwaridi ya leo. Hao ndio tumeona kwamba wakitoka pale State House mpaka pale Nyayo Stadium. Lakini kando ya gari inayobeba ile mwili kulikuwa na ambao tunaita wale pall bearers, wale makanali, pia kwa heshima walikuwa pale pia kwa msafara huu, na wakatembea kando ya mwili mpaka kule Nyayo Stadium, ambayo ilikuwa ni jambo la busara na heshima zaidi kuona kwa siku ya leo. Kwa upande wa vile walivyofuatana, ilikuwa ni pale mbele, ikiwa ni Kenya Defence Force Band kwa msafara huo pale mbele kabisa, ikiongoza kwa nyimbo mbalimbali kuweza kuwapatia wale askari moral wakiwa wanaondoka. Alafu pia baada ya hapo ikawa ni wale wanajeshi, ikiwa nchi kavu mbele, wale wa anga katikati na wale wa maji pale nyuma. Immediately baada hiyo ilikuwa ndio inafuatwa na mwili yenyewe. Alafu baada ya mwili ilikuwa ni ile gari ya tunaita Humvee, ambayo kwa leo ilipewa heshima ya kubeba familia pale nyuma ya mwili mpaka pale Nyayo Stadium.
Bila shaka tarudi utueleze kwa nini pia familia wanapewa fursa ile kuandamana na mwili, huku wengine baadhi yao wakiwa wametangulia. Pengine nikuulize tu, hafla ambayo tumeishuhudia katika Ikulu, ni desturi ilianzia wapi, na umuhimu wake vile vile kuweza kupeleka jeneza pamoja na mwili katika Ikulu ya Nairobi kufanyiwa zile heshima za mwisho? Pengine tuanzie na desturi hiyo, ilianzia wapi na umuhimu wake?
Hii desturi, Nimrod, ni ya kitambo na vile tumepata kutoka kwa wale wakoloni wetu wazungu, ambapo kwa heshima inakuwa ni kwamba, kumbuka kama leo, siku ya leo
na huku Brigadier mstaafu ukiendelea, nafikiri pengine tuweze kutaja tu yale yanayoshuhudiwa kwa sasa hivi. Msafara wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ukiwa ndio huo unafika pale katika uwanja wa Nyayo, na vile vile kwa upande mwingine msafara ambao umebeba jeneza la mwenda zake hayati Emilio Mwai Kibaki, rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, ukiongozwa na jeshi la Kenya, bado ukiwa unaelekea katika uwanja wa Nyayo. Kwa hivyo kwa upande wa kushoto unaweza kuona pale msafara wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ukiwa umefika, na nafikiri itakuwa heshima kuu pengine tuweze kusikiza kwa kifupi tu sauti zinazotokea kule, alafu nikupe nafasi Brigadier uweze kutueleza.
nikuletee hii. Sawa?
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona hapo, tunaendelea kupokea picha za moja kwa moja. Upande wa kushoto, msafara ambao unaongoza mwili wa hayati rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Mwai Kibaki, na upande mwingine tukiendelea na viongozi ambao wanaweza kufika, tukiwa tumemwona hapo rais kutoka Ethiopia akiwa amelakiwa, Bi Sale Work Zwede akiwa amelakiwa katika uwanja wa Nyayo, na naibu rais William Ruto. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akiwa pia vile vile ameweza kufika dakika chache zilizopita tu katika uwanja wa Nyayo. Bila shaka ni mwenye kupokea ama ni mwenyeji wa wageni wengi tu. Hebu tusikize yanayoendelea katika uwanja wa Nyayo.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali.
Naam, kama ilivyo desturi hapo awali, wimbo wa taifa ulikuwa unacheza punde tu baada ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuweza kuwasili. Wageni wengine vile vile kutoka mataifa tofauti wanaweza kuwasili, wanaendelea kuwasili katika uwanja wa Nyayo, na hivi sasa tunaweza kushuhudia msafara. Meja Niwera, the brigadier mstaafu, nafikiri kama ulivyokuwa ukizungumzia hapo, ni full guard uliokuwa ukihitaja hapo awali, na kwa sasa hivi wanakaribia sana. Nafikiri wako tu pembeni kwenye uga wa uwanja wa Nyayo. Kutoka hapa nini kitafuatia? Jinsi watakavyoingia, msafara utazunguka ndani ya uwanja ama inatarajiwa nini?
Natarajia kwamba wakifika hiyo msafara itazunguka kando uwanjani pale kwa heshima za mwisho pia, alafu itakuwa nafasi ya wale pallbearers kuweza kuchukua mwili na kuiweka pale ambapo itakuwa inakaa kwa sherehe.
Ikiwa watazungusha huo mwili, basi ni mizunguko mingapi pengine?
Nafikiri heshima tu kama ile ya mtukufu rais ya kwenda mara moja tu kuzunguka kwa heshima, alafu inaingia pale ambapo itakuwa inapumzika sherehe ikiendelea.
Na nafikiri bila shaka hiyo itakuwa sasa inawapa fursa viongozi wa kidini kuweza kuingilia. John, nafikiri pengine tuzungumzie masuala ya usalama. Kama unavyoona msafara ule, walinzi wako upande wa kulia na kushoto, huko msafara ukiwa katikati ambalo ni gwaride, na wananchi pia wanapewa fursa. Unahisi hali ya usalama iko kivipi katika eneo lile kabla ya kuingia katika uwanja wa Nyayo?
Kweli, hali ya usalama ni ya hali ya juu kabisa. Wakati ambapo tuna sherehe kama za leo, kwa mambo ya usalama ndio inapatia wakati wa watu kufikiria jambo lile linaweza kuenda vibaya, na kutayarisha na kuhakikisha ya kuwa usalama upo katika all aspect ya hii ceremony. Kwa hivyo kuna usalama ambao unaweza kuonekana, kuna wale ofisa tunaona wako na uniform, kuna usalama ambao hauonekani. Ule unaonekana ni ile tunaita deterrence. Kwa hivyo mtu ambaye anaweza kuwa na nia mbaya afikiria kufanya jambo, ataona kuwa huku kumelindwa na kumelindwa vizuri. Alafu ule usalama ambao uonekani unasaidia kufanya mambo ya upelelezi na kuangalia mambo yote uko nyuma yanaenda vizuri. Kwa hivyo usalama tunasema unakuja viwango vingi sana, many layers za security.
Na pia kwa kufanya vile, nafikiri waandalizi pia wanatilia maanani umuhimu wa kuwaruhusu pia wananchi kuwa katika nafasi ambapo pia na wao wapate kushughulika kwa njia moja au nyingine, aidha kwa kutazama au kuendelea na shughuli zao. Kwa hivyo si lazima watayarishi ama waandalizi kufanya masuala ya usalama na kuzuia wananchi. Kama tunavyoona wengine wanatembea kwa pembeni vile, wana fursa nzuri tu ya kuona yanayoendelea.
Kabisa, na wananchi waliambiwa wanaweza kuja na washuhudie kutoka saa 2. Vile walinzi wanafanya, wanaangalia wakiingia kule, wanaangalia mifuko ambayo wamebeba, lakini kile umesema ni ukweli. Usalama ambao ni wa hali ya juu haufai kufanya watu wazuiliwe. Usalama unahakikisha, na hakikisho hilo watu ambao ni professionals, hiyo ndio kazi yao, wanajua vile wanafaa kufanya ili kuhakikisha. Kumbuka hata majeshi haya kuna viwango vingi vya kiserikali ambavyo leo watu wako kazini wanafanya hii kazi. Na itaonekana pia wakati ambapo marehemu rais ataenda nyumbani kule Odhaya, njia yote utaona usalama wa hali ya juu.
Bila shaka. Asante sana Brigadier mstaafu Ahmed Mohamed na vile vile John Kinuthia. Nafikiri tutarejea kwenu baadaye, lakini fursa nzuri turejee katika uwanja wa Nyayo tuweze kusikiza sauti na picha kutoka kule ambapo mwili wa marehemu rais wa 3 hayati Emilio Mwai Kibaki sasa unaingia katika lango kuu la uga wa Nyayo. Hebu tusikize tuone hali ilivyo katika sehemu hiyo, huku baadhi ya viongozi vile vile wakiwa wanalakiwa na mwenyeji wao Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta katika uwanja wa Nyayo.
Asante sana kwaya, asante kwaya. Asante sana kwaya. Basi naomba sote kwa heshima tuweze kusimama kuweza kupokea mwili wa aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki. Let's be all upstanding please. Nitawajuza wakati wa kuketi.
change hiyo shot ama change eh?
Walio kwenye jukwaa rasmi, tafadhali naomba muweze kuketi. basi viongozi wa kidini wakiwa wamechukua nafasi zao, viongozi wetu wa kidini wa majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya. Basi tumeweza kupokea mwili wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya tatu ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki kwenye altari tayari kwa misa. Basi ni zamu yake naibu mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi akiandamana na service commanders kuweza kuchukua nafasi zao tayari kwa kipindi kitakachofuata. Naibu mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Luteni Jenerali Francis Omondi Ogolla pamoja na mkuu wa jeshi letu la nchi kavu, jeshi la wanaanga, jeshi la wanamaji na Inspekta Jenerali wa polisi kuweza kuchukua nafasi zao tayari kwa kipindi kitakachofuata. Bwana Wanjohi.
Kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu, naomba nimwalike Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho kwa Rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Atasindikizwa na mkuu wa majeshi. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Rais akielekea kupeana heshima zake za mwisho. Kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu, nitaomba sasa nimwalike Mheshimiwa Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini. Walio kwenye jukwaa rasmi tunaweza kuketi. Mheshimiwa Rais Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini, akija kwenye altari kupeana heshima zake za mwisho kwa rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency. Anateremka sasa kutoka kwenye jukwaa kuu Mheshimiwa Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini, kuweza kupeana heshima za mwisho kwa rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwaya, wimbo mfupi wakati Mheshimiwa Rais anaungana nasi. Sauti ya keyboard to reduce kidogo. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Kwaya endelea kuimba. Nitamwalika sasa kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Cyril Ramaphosa, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Afrika Kusini. Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, paying the last respects. Karibu, Your Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu nitamwalika sasa Mheshimiwa Sale Work Zewde, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Shirikisho ya Ethiopia, aweze kupeana heshima zake za mwisho. I wish to now most humbly welcome Her Excellency Sale Work Zewde, President of Ethiopia, to pay her last respects. Welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Nitamwalika kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Daktari Edward Girente, Waziri Mkuu wa Jamhuri ya Rwanda, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I now wish to welcome Dr. Edward Girente, Prime Minister of Rwanda, to pay the last respects. Welcome, sir. Naomba kwa heshima nimwalike Daktari Constantino Chimwenga, Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Zimbabwe, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish now to most humbly welcome Dr. Constantino Chimwenga, Vice President of Zimbabwe, to pay the last respects.
Thank you.
kabisa. Nitamwalika kwa heshima sasa Mheshimiwa Philip Isdom Mpango, Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish to now welcome Honorable Philip Isdom Mpango, Vice President of Tanzania. Heshima nitamwalika sasa Mheshimiwa Jessica Alupo, Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish now to welcome Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, to pay the last respects. Welcome. Heshima nitamwalika sasa Mheshimiwa Joyce Banda, aliyekuwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish to now welcome Her Excellency Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, to pay the last respects. Excellency Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, now joining us to pay the last respects. Welcome, Your Excellency.
sasa Mheshimiwa Rais ataweza kumpokeza ratiba askofu mkuu atakayeendelea na misa ya ibada ya aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki.
Asante. Kwa heshima naomba sasa nimwalike Mheshimiwa Rais aweze kuungana na viongozi wengine kwenye jukwaa kuu. Your Excellency, karibu. Asante. Kwaya, nampisha sasa Kanari Father Mainge wa majeshi ya ulinzi atuelekeze katika ibada takatifu ya misa. Kanisa tafadhali.
Kwa wakati huu tuwaomba tuweze kusimama sote, ndio maaskofu waende pale, tuanze na kubariki mwili wa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo wakati huu niombe askofu mkuu tuelekea pale ambapo amelazwa, ndio tuweze kuwa na maombi ya kubariki mwili. Kwaya, tuendelee kwa wimbo, askofu akielekea hapo tafadhali.
All protocol observed, and in standing with the heart's desire and wishes of the family of the late President of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, this service will be conducted by the military and the church. We wish to request that we shall have no political overtones, no politics. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all.
And with your spirit.
In the waters of baptism, Mwai Kibaki died with Christ and rose with him to new life. May he now share with him eternal glory. Tuombe. Bwana, tunakuomba sana usikilize kwa wema sala zetu, ili kama vile imani yetu katika mwanao mfufuka kutoka wafu inavyoimarisha, vivyo hivyo tumaini letu la kutazamia ufufuko wa ndugu yetu mtumishi wako Mwai Kibaki idhibitishwe kwa njia ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo mwanao, anayeishi na kutawala nawe katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, Mungu daima na milele.
Tuketi sasa tusikize neno la Mungu kutoka kwenye Biblia takatifu.
Somo katika kitabu cha hekima ya Sulemani. Roho za wenye haki zi mkononi mwa Mungu, wala mateso yoyote hayatawagusa. Machoni pa wapumbavu walionekana kama wamekufa, na kutoka kwao kulihesabiwa kuwa msiba, na kuondoka kwao toka kwetu kuwa uharibifu. Lakini wao wako katika amani, na hata kama kwa mtazamo wa watu wanaonekana kuadhibiwa, tumaini lao limejaa kutokufa. Kwa kuadhibiwa kidogo, watafanyiwa mema makubwa. Kwani Mungu aliwajaribu, akawakuta kwamba wanamstahili yeye. Aliwatathmini kama dhahabu katika tanuri, na kama sadaka ya kuteketezwa aliwapokea. Na wakati wa kujiliwa kwao watang'aa, na wataruka huku na huko kwa cheche kwenye nyasi. Watahukumu mataifa na kuwatawala watu, naye Bwana atakuwa mfalme wao hata milele. Wenye kumtumaini Mungu watafahamu ukweli, nao waaminio katika upendo watakaa naye. Kwani neema na rehema ni kwa watakatifu wake. Neno la Bwana.
Zaburi ya 23. Kiitikio: Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Na tutaimba.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji
wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Hunipumzisha katika malisho mabichi, hunipeleka kwenye maji matulivu, hunipatia nguvu, huniongoza katika njia zilizo sawa kwa ajili ya jina lake. Mchungaji
Somo katika barua ya Mtakatifu Paulo kwa Warumi. Ndugu zangu, wote wanaoongozwa na Roho wa Mungu ni wana wa Mungu. Kwa maana hamkupata roho ya utumwa muogope tena, bali mmepokea Roho anayewafanya kuwa wana wa Mungu na kuita Abba, Baba. Roho mwenyewe hushuhudia roho zetu ya kuwa sisi ni watoto wa Mungu. Basi, tukiwa wana, tu warithi pia, yani warithi wa Mungu wanaorithi pamoja na Kristo. Tukiwa tunavumilia mateso pamoja na Kristo, tupate kutukuzwa pamoja naye. Zaidi ya hayo, ninavyoona mimi, mateso ya muda huu wa sasa hayastahili kufananishwa na utukufu utakaofunuliwa kwetu. Kwa maana viumbe vyote vya utazamia kwa pupa ufunuo wa utukufu wa wana wa Mungu. Maana viumbe vyote vimeshushwa katika ubatili, si kwa hiari yao, ila kwa sababu yake yeye aliyevishusha, lakini si bila kuvipa matumaini. Ndiyo maana viumbe pia vitaokolewa katika utumwa na uharibifu na kujaliwa uhuru wa utukufu wa watoto wa Mungu. Twajua basi ya kuwa viumbe vyote vinapiga kite na kushikwa na uchungu mpaka sasa. Lakini si vile tu, ila hata sisi wenyewe tulio na malimbuko ya roho, ndio sisi pia tunapiga kite mioyoni mwetu kufanywa wana wa Mungu kwa kukombolewa miili yetu. Neno la Mungu. Na kutukuza Baba, Bwana wa mbingu na dunia, kwa kuwa umewafunulia watoto wadogo mafumbo ya ufalme.
Twaomba sote tuweze kusimama. Kindly let us all arise.
Bwana awe nanyi. Somo la Injili takatifu ilivyoandikwa na Mathayo. Wakati ule Yesu alisema, na kutukuza Baba, Bwana wa mbingu na dunia, kwa kuwa haya umeyaficha wenye hekima na busara, ukawafunulia watoto wadogo. Ndivyo Baba ilivyokupendeza. Nimekabidhiwa yote na Baba yangu. Hakuna amjuaye Mwana ila Baba, wala hakuna amjuaye Baba ila Mwana, na yeyote ambaye Mwana apenda kumfunulia. Njoni kwangu ninyi nyote msumbukao na kulemewa na mzigo, nami nitawapumzisha. Mjitwike nira yangu na kujifunza kwangu, kwa maana mimi ni mpole na mnyenyekevu wa moyo, nanyi mtazipatia roho zenu raha. Kwani nira yangu si nzito na mzigo wangu ni rahisi kuchukua. Injili ya Bwana.
Twaweza kuketi sasa. Let us all be seated now.
Your Excellency, our dear President, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, all our dignitaries and friends from other countries are visiting us, Your Excellencies from all the countries that are present, we welcome you. Your Excellency, our Nuncio representing the Holy Father in Kenya and Sudan, Your Graces, my Lord Bishops, Reverend Sisters, our lay faithful, the family of His Excellency the President, the late Mwai Kibaki, Wakristo wote wapendwa kutoka sehemu mbalimbali, madhehebu na watu wote waliokuja kusali kwa nia hii ya kumwombea huyu baba wa taifa aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Kenya. Kina mama, kina baba, watoto mnaoshiriki nasi mkiwa manyumbani, marafiki wa taifa letu la Kenya, wa karibu na wa mbali, tumsifu Yesu Kristu. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Basi mimi kwa niaba ya maaskofu wa Kenya, kwanza tulokuwa na mkutano majuzi unaisha jana, napenda kuchukua nafasi hii fupi kuwapeni maombolezaji wote mlio mbali na walio karibu, poleni kwa kumpoteza baba wa taifa, rais wetu wa 3 katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. And I like to read the message sent by the bishops of Kenya that were meeting during this particular week. We were in Subukia, a place all of us know is a place of prayer, it's a place of reflection, and we were concerned about our country, we were concerned about everything that goes on in our world. And therefore this message we say, we learn with great sadness the passing on of our retired President, His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, on the 22nd April, the year 2022. We thank God for the long life that He granted the former President. We join the nation in celebrating the life of a great leader who committed his entire life to the service of the nation. We send our deepest condolences to His Excellency the President, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the immediate family and the former President Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the government and the entire people of Kenya, for the loss of one of the key pillars of our nation's history. President Kibaki will be remembered for his articulate leadership and direction. In the church, we surrender him as God-fearing and committed Catholic who stood out in his humility, heroic virtues, cheerful character, strong personality, and selfless dedication to his country and the people of Kenya. We, the Catholic bishops of Kenya, and the many honorable occasions we had many occasions to interact with him. He was indeed a father, an elder, and a true hero of the nation. He leaves us as a true legacy of statesmanship that was above ethnicity and favoritism, and always portrayed decency and respect for others in his political style. As Kenyans in this moment, to reflect and learn from his wealth of wisdom, and especially we should learn from his stewardship of the resources of this country, his readiness to serve in any capacity with humility and spirit of reconciliation that never harbored rancor or hatred. As our country enters this electioneering period, in honor and emulating the example of our leader, we can call upon our leaders to demand of themselves the highest level of respect for one another, avoiding any expressions of intolerance, hatred, or ethnicity. President Kibaki always put our nation before his personal ambitions and was always accommodative. We, the Catholic Conference of Catholic Bishops, convey our deepest sympathy and promise our prayers to his family, friends, and the nation at large. We also condole with all Kenyans of our country who deeply feel the loss of such a great leader. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. Let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. So, my dear brothers and sisters, all protocols observed, it is a great honor we have this day. We were moving fast in elections towards August, towards many activities that surround that activity. But the church, the church and our religious community gathered here, though this is a Catholic celebration, is a call to us to prayer. And I believe that is one of his great virtues he had. He called people to pray by his lifestyle, by his words, by his family background, and also by his way of never missing moments to pray, especially whenever the opportunity arose. It is great honor. So we gathered here to do what religious people know best. It doesn't matter whether you're Catholic or you are Muslim or Hindu or a traditionalist. Human beings honor their God by prostrating before him and asking for favors and praying for the needs we have. In our way today, we want to say Kenya is a praying nation. In fact, as we sat here, we sang the national anthem more than 3 times. E Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. The other team came in, Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. We honor and appreciate the fact that we are who we are, courtesy of God's presence. In political peace and security, Mwai Kibaki stood for governance through institutions, not personalized power. As a president, he did not name institution or roads in his names. When president became president, ethnic clashes stopped across the country. He will be remembered for searching out to Honorable Raila in 2008 in an earlier handshake that stopped the post-election violence. The grand coalition that came after the government of national unity was a later practice in African countries as a model of ending conflicts and destruction of countries. President Kibaki was a peacemaker, a man who listened more than he spoke. He consulted religious leaders closely and other national leaders on matters of national issues. He will not agree on all matters, but where he disagreed, it was with respect and honor. Mwai Kibaki believed in the war against corruption, even as he battled with it his own administration. And I remember as he came on the scene as a president, everybody took on the war on corruption. He foresaw ratification or promulgation of Constitution of 2010, which birthed devolution under strong policies of good governance and the national values or principles. He allowed rights of freedom of expression, assemblies. He was an icon of tolerance and letting others say what they want to say. And even didn't want to listen, he will just let you speak and say, utaongea na utalala. And all of us remember those words. In other words, let our people express themselves. He oversaw also the emergence of independent, vibrant judiciary. Socially, our late president, Kibaki, agreed with faiths, communities on place, and the nature of sex education, which has become a subject matter in our education sector for a long time. He spoke with us against abortion, supported places of strong families. He formed the NACADA to deal with the drug and alcohol abuse. He oversaw the biggest boost for education in 2003. He himself was an educationist later, and we know what education can do. The free primary education, he pushed millions of children into schools as a policy that has eternally touched every single family in our republic. So we gather today to ask, if he was such a great man, why are we here? The first reading talks about roho za wenye haki ziko mbele ya Mungu. Japo wameitwa kabla wakati wake, watapumzika na amani. The reading of Solomon, the wisdom of Solomon, is reminding us that we who are here, we are towards our eternity to meet God. And he says, it is that way, the way you live, the way I live, the way I share myself with others, will determine that peace is telling us. He's reminding us, Solomon, age is just a number. There are those who die early and we wonder why. There are those who die later and we still wonder why. And even if they are 100 plus, we can never stop asking the same question, why? Why doesn't he live? In other words, we are reminded of death every day we walk about. In the Catholic Church, there's a day we are reminded specifically on an Ash Wednesday. Most of you who go to church, and many times even non-Catholics, are applied the ashes on their forehead. And the priest or the minister tells you, remember man, you're a dust, and thou shalt return to dust. Or he says, repent and believe in the gospel. In brief, he reminds you, you will die one day. And the question is, if I was asked by somebody, if you are to die today, what do you want to be remembered of? We learn, of course, death is for all of us. We know death is around us, but also it reminds us we prepare for it by the way we live, by the way we interact with others. So, though it's a mystery, japo ni fumbo, kifo tunaandamana nacho, na kinatupa nafasi ya kutafakari juu ya maisha yetu tuliyobaki nayo. Every day we reminded of that. That is the prayer, that's the meaning of Easter for us. Easter came to remind us that Christ, though was God, he was crucified and died. But that's not most the end of it. We are reminded and told that after 3 days he was up, he was about, and he went back to his people who he worked and lived with, Peter and others, having been found alive by the women. So the role of all of us in society, men or women, is to continue perpetuating goodness as God has shown us through Christ, where we live, where we work, and all we do. Today is a very special day and an historical moment for this country, because also it comes at a particular moment when, after this, we know the campaigns continue, and we continue to walk the path of searching for leaders. And the leaders are being shown today by our brother, our father, our late president lying before us, what to do. Lay down your life for your families, for your country, for your brothers and sisters. Indeed, be ready to be a servant leader. And today, as we remember, being a third president, that particular moment, and all of us remember, we were reminded of our own responsibilities as people who work and walk in this country, that you are a leader in a very unique way because you embraced a country you want to protect, you embraced a country you want to walk with, and you have embraced a country you want to be under God's care. That's why we are here, to lift our hearts and minds to ask God to bless this country with all the favors He has, and He has thousands and millions of them, that our young people can begin and appreciate and see and say, we want to be like leaders X and leader Y, that those who are coming after us can find plenty around us, as our song of the anthem says, plenty be found on our borders. That's our way. That's our way as people who fear God. So we gather to pray, and as we pray also appreciate the joy we had to have our Baba Mzee wetu Mwai Kibaki, many a times frequenting the Consultancy church. And I remember saying mass there. He's seated on about the third front, and during the sign of the cross, the sign of peace, the kids come around to greet him. And as they did, the security would tell him, no, rudini nyuma kidogo. But the kids keep coming, but he would also greet them and say, endeleeni kuja tu, wache wafanye kazi yao. Na huku anasalimia watoto. Today we hear in the gospel Jesus talking about wacheni watoto waje kwangu. He actually is saying we are opening doors for him and for ourselves to be near him. And that's how he says, njoni kwangu ninyi nyote msumbukao na wenye kulemewa na mizigo, nami nitawapumzisha. Njoni kwangu. Njoni kwangu in the gospel is about you and me, all of us as a country. We look around the world today. What we see all over the world, places and places, things look upside down. The war in many countries we can name is endless. Years, 30, 40, 50, and new wars keep coming. We are here to say together with those who suffer, Baba tuhurumie. We are here to kuhurumia. Why do we ask for forgiveness? Because many a times as human beings we fail. So we are called not only to kusaidiwa kubeba mizigo, but we are also called to look at, are we part of the mizigo also or not? It doesn't matter where we are. We could easily be part of our people's burden. So President Kibaki, when he went to this place, he never used it as a privileged place to do anything political. He went to pray and went back. He didn't want to address the worshippers. Recently, the bishops are saying, ngojeni kidogo jamani wanasiasa, njoni tusali, tupige siasa. And today we have heard the same words expressed by his family. We want not siasa leo. We want to see the goodness he had and try to emulate. Once upon a time, I was doing a story on death and life after death. And I went to around town asking in the city of Nairobi, if you were to die today, where do you think you'll go? Do you think you go straight to a place you call heaven? Or you think something else might happen? And I interviewed people of different caliber, Christians, Muslims, and everyone had a hesitation. They used to say, well, naona hata siko bado safi. Everyone feels like we are never clean enough. And that's part of our nature as human beings. We are never clean enough. As we begin our prayer, we always said, tubuni ndugu zangu, salini ili sala yetu. We ask forgiveness. So today also we are here to say, we want to ask forgiveness to the failures of us individually, of us as a nation, because we have never been perfect, and more so to ask pardon for moments when people have acted not in a proper manner, especially in caring for the common good. We enjoy the Mass, the prayer, to invite ourselves to join the family of the late President, to ask for forgiveness, because we also know, much as he was a great man, he was also human. And that's why we bless and bless and bless and pray. The Holy Father this year, during Easter, he asked us and said to us, we who are people of resurrection, we remember we are people of resurrection. When a death hits any family, it comes with a gift of hope, at the same time with many questions. Our questions are, what do we do differently after Baba goes? And I think obviously, like we learned from Jesus before he went, he called his friends and said a prayer with them. He said a prayer and said to look, listen to me, I pray for you so that you are one. I pray for you that the evil one don't destroy you. By your unity like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit will be a sign that others know I'm your God. So it's the same thing I call upon here. As we are here, it's a moment at the end, and even now, we lift our hearts and minds to ask for God's unity in our country, unity in our families. Families are suffering due to many things, even after Corona. And anytime a family breaks down, every time a community breaks down, you're aware that that's a weakness on that particular community, because death does not take away that kind of a scenario. So we call ourselves, my dear brothers and sisters, to express our thanks for the many things our late president gave, shown, did. At the same time, the fingers pointing at us and saying, what are you doing yourself? What am I doing myself? What am I encouraging others to do? Some are there trying to break others' homes, families. Others are somewhere trying to create gangs. And that's why you see the wars in the world never end, because one after year, generation after generation, continue coming up because we never quench the fires that started. We are privileged to have a country such wonderful as this. So we pray for this country. We pray for our leadership now and the future. We pray for our young men and women to pick up the right tools of skills, of values, to become the Kenyan people we want them to be. Last but not least, we wish to thank our neighbors who have come to pray with us. We want to thank all of you at the home. Mlio manyumbani, kina mama, kina baba. Mkiendelea na kung'ang'ana na maisha yalivyo, na mkiendelea kuwajibika hasa kutekeleza mawajibu yenu. Njoni kwangu ninyi nyote msumbukao na wenye kulemewa na mizigo, nami nitawapumzisha. Jitwikeni nira yangu, mjifunze kwangu, kwa maana mimi ni mpole na mnyenyekevu, nanyi mtapata raha rohoni mwenu. Kwani nira yangu ni si nzito na mzigo wangu ni rahisi kuchukua. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Roho ya marehemu Rais mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki na roho za marehemu jamaa na ndugu zetu uliowaita kutoka dunia hii, wale wote waliofiwa na wale wote uliowaita kwako, kwa rehema ya Mungu wapumzike kwa amani. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amina.
Kwa muda mfupi tuweze kuwaza yale ambayo tumehubiriwa na Askofu Martin. A brief moment to reflect on what has been preached to us this day. Kwa wakati tutasimama sote kwa ajili ya maombi ya waumini. I request all to arise for the prayers of the faithful.
Tumuombe kwa dhati Mungu Baba Mwenyezi ambaye alimfufua Kristo mwana wake toka wafu kwa ajili ya wokovu wa wazima na wafu.
A prayer for the church. We pray for the church that during this Easter season, the risen Christ may continue blessing and guarding Francis our Pope, the communion of bishops, clergy, and all united in the risen Christ. May all who participate in the mystery of the risen Christ find joy, peace, and serenity, while embracing corporal and spiritual works of mercy demanded by our vocation as baptized members of the church. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Prayer for the country. O God, our Creator and Redeemer, we thank you, our dear country, Kenya, of which the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki ruled for 10 years. We thank you for the current President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, his Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, and all government representatives who believe in your truth and govern our country. We thank you also for all of us citizens who participate in the growth and development of our country, Kenya. Lord, make us instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. May you bless us all with all our resources that emanates from the fruit of our labor as Kenyans. As we approach the general elections, help us all to remember to seek your guidance as we make decisions that affect our country and the world at large. Give election candidates the strength to choose integrity, both in their campaigns and in their terms in office. Help them not to seek individual glory, but your glory, and to propagate peace instead of war. God our Father, through your Holy Spirit, may peace and serenity reign in our country, Kenya, now and forever. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Prayer for the family of the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. God our Father and Creator of all, we give you thanks for the gift of our families and the bond of love that you bestow on each and every family. We also thank you, Lord, for the physical bond that grows in every family as they live together. We know that when these bonds are broken through death, it is always painful. We ask you, O Lord, to grant the family of His Excellency, the late Mwai Kibaki, the strength to bear this loss. May you bless them and keep them in your care. Grant eternal rest to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Let your perpetual light shine upon him, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Bwana, tunaomba sana dua na maombi yetu yawasaidie watumishi wako marehemu ili wafute dhambi zao na wafikishe kwenye ukombozi wako kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Naomba tuweze kuketi sasa. We may all be seated. Right now we shall have the offertory, and we shall have only the presentation of the wine and hosts. Sasa tutakuwa na msafara mfupi wa kuleta mkate na divai. Kwa mtuongoze basi kwa nyimbo za matoleo, nyimbo za sadaka. Tangazia tu kwamba tutakuwa na kutoa sadaka ya pesa. Kwa hivyo watu wasije huko ndani kwenye umati wakaokota sadaka. Hatuokoti sadaka kwa ibada ya misa tafadhali. We are not having money collection during this holy mass. Kwa hiyo tuendelee kwa nyimbo tafadhali. Tusimame sote tafadhali. Tusimame sote tafadhali.
Salini ndugu, ili sadaka yangu na yenu ikubalike kwa Mungu Baba Mwenyezi.
Bwana, pokea sadaka mikononi mwako kwa sifa na utukufu wa jina lake, na pia kwa manufaa yetu sisi na manufaa ya kanisa lake lote takatifu.
Bwana, uwe radhi kuvipokea vipaji vyetu, ili huyu mtumishi wako Mwai Kibaki, rais wa taifa letu uliyemwita kwako, apokelewe katika utukufu pamoja na mwanao, ambaye kwa njia ya sakramenti yake kuu ya upendo wote tunaunganishwa naye, anayeishi na kutawala daima na milele. Bwana awe nanyi. Inueni mioyo. Tumshukuru Bwana Mungu wetu.
Ni vema na haki.
Kweli ni vema na haki, tendo la kufaa na la kuleta wokovu. Tukushukuru wewe daima na popote, Bwana Baba uliye mtakatifu, Mungu mwenyezi wa milele, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Yeye ndiye yule mmoja aliyepokea mauti, ili sisi sote tusije tukafa, ila mmoja tu alikubali kufa, kusudi sote tupate kuishi kwa ajili yako milele. Kwa hiyo pamoja na malaika na watakatifu wote wa mbinguni, tunakusifu tukiungama kwa furaha. Bwana kweli u mtakatifu, na kila kiumbe kilichoumbwa nawe kinakusifu kwa haki. Maana kwa njia ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, na kwa uwezo tendaji wa Roho Mtakatifu, unavitia uzima vitu vyote na kuvitakatifuza, wala huachi kuwakusanya watu kwako, ili toka mawia juu ya machweo yake wakutolee sadaka safi. Basi Bwana, tunakusihi kwa unyenyekevu vipaji hivi ambavyo tumekutolea, ili uvitakaze, upende kuvitakatifuza kwa Roho huyo, ili viwe kwetu mwili na damu ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, aliyetuamuru tuadhimishe mafumbo haya. Maana yeye mwenyewe usiku ule ulipotolewa, alitoa mkate na kushukuru, alikubariki, akaumega, akawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mle nyote, huu ndio mwili wangu utakaotolewa kwa ajili yenu. Vivyo hivyo baada ya kula akitwaa kikombe na kushukuru, alikibariki na akawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mnywe nyote, hiki ndicho kikombe cha damu yangu, damu ya agano jipya la milele, itakayomwagika kwa ajili yenu na kwa ajili ya wengi kwa maondoleo ya dhambi. Fanyeni hivi kwa kunikumbuka mimi. Fumbo la imani. Kwa hiyo Bwana, tunapoadhimisha ukumbusho wa mateso ya mwanao yaletayo uokovu pamoja na ufufuko wake wa ajabu na kupaa kwake mbinguni, na tunakutumikia ujio wake wa pili, tunakutolea kwa shukrani sadaka hii iliyo hai na takatifu. Tunakuomba uyaangalie matoleo ya kanisa lako, na kwa kumtambua yeye aliye kafara ambaye alitaka kutulizwa kwa sadaka ya kifo chake, utujalie sisi tunaolishwa nguvu kwa mwili na damu ya mwanao na kujazwa na Roho wake Mtakatifu, tupate kuwa mwili mmoja na roho moja katika Kristo.
Yeye atufanye sisi tuwe kwako sadaka timilifu ya milele, ili tuweze kupata urithi pamoja na wateule wako, kwanza kabisa pamoja na Bikira Maria mwenye heri, mama wa Mungu, na Mtakatifu Yosefu mme wake huyo bikira, na mitume wako wenye heri, na mashahidi wako watukufu, na watakatifu wote ambao tunategemea kupata daima msaada wa maombezi yao mbele zako.
Tunakuomba Bwana, huyu aliye kafara ya upatanisho wetu, alete amani na wokovu duniani kote. Alete upende kulikamarisha katika amani, mapendo na kanisa linalosafiri hapa duniani, pamoja na mtumishi wako Baba Mtakatifu wetu Francis na askofu wetu Philip Anyolo Kamau na maaskofu wote na waklero wote na watu wote waliofanywa kuwa taifa lako. Usikilize kwa wema sala za jamaa hii iliyo hapa mbele yako. Baba uliye mtakatifu, kwa huruma yako wakusanye kwako watoto wote waliokusanyika popote duniani. Umkumbuke mtumishi wako mwenda zake uliyemwita kwako kutoka dunia hii, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Umjalie kwamba yeye ambaye alishirikishwa kifo cha mwanao hapa kwa ubatizo, hali kadhalika ashiriki ufufuko wake, siku ambapo atafuata machozi ya wafu katika miili yao kutoka ardhini, hapo atakapofananishwa mwili wake wa unyonge wetu na mwili wa utukufu wake. Pia wapokee kwa wema katika ufalme wako ndugu zetu marehemu na wote walioaga dunia wakiwa wamekupendeza. Nasi twatumaini kufika katika ufalme wako ili pamoja tushibishwe milele kwa utukufu wako. Ndipo utakapofuta kila chozi katika macho yetu, maana kwa kukuona wewe Mungu wetu kama ulivyo, tutafanana nawe milele yote na kukusifu bila mwisho. Kwa njia ya Kristu Bwana wetu.
Kwa njia yake na pamoja naye na ndani yake, wewe Mungu Baba Mwenyezi, katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, unapata heshima na utukufu milele na milele. Kwa kulitii agizo la Mwokozi wetu na tukifuata mafundisho yake ya kimungu, tunadhubutu kusema: Baba yetu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako ufike, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama mbinguni. Utupe leo mkate wetu wa kila siku, tusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyowasamehe na sisi waliotukosea, usitutie katika kishawishi, lakini utuopoe maovuni. Bwana, tunakuomba utuopoe katika maovu yote. Utujalie kwa wema amani maishani mwetu, kusudi kwa msaada wa huruma yako tuopolewe daima na dhambi, wala tusifadhaishwe na jambo lolote, tunapotazamia tumaini lenye heri na ujio wa mkombozi wetu Yesu Kristu. Bwana Yesu Kristu, uliyewaambia mitume wako, amani na waachieni, amani yangu na wapa, usitazame dhambi zetu ila tu imani ya kanisa lako. Upende kulijalia amani na umoja kama yalivyo mapenzi yako, unaishi na kutawala daima na milele. Amen. Na amani ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristu iwe nanyi nyote.
Mpeane amani.
Daima milele.
Tazama mwana kondoo wa Mungu. Tazama aondoaye dhambi za ulimwengu. Heri yao walioalikwa kwenye karamu ya mwana kondoo. Bwana, sistahili uingie kwangu, lakini sema neno tu na roho yangu itapona. Mwili wa Kristo unilinde nipate uzima wa milele.
Twaweza kuketi sasa. Kwa hiyo tuendelee na nyimbo za Ekaristia Takatifu.
Ni wakati wa kupokea Ekaristi Takatifu, na muda huu umetolewa tu kwa wale Wakristo wa Katoliki, wale wamekwisha kujitayarisha ili kuweza kupokea sakramenti takatifu ya Ekaristia. Kwaya tafadhali. tukatafakari yale tuliyoyapokea katika sakramenti takatifu ya Eucharistia Yesu Kristo mwenyewe. Sote tusimame. Roho ya Kristo. Tukiwa tungali tumesimama, tutaendelea na wimbo wa shukrani.
Hello.
tutakuwa na sala baada ya communion, post communion prayer, then immediately we'll go to final commendation. So kindly be requested to remain standing.
Na tuombe. Bwana, tumeadhimisha sakramenti ya Pasaka kwa ajili ya mtumishi wako marehemu Mwai Kibaki, rais wetu. Tunakuomba umjalie aingie katika makao ya mwanga na amani kwa njia ya Kristu Bwana wetu.
Basi tukiwa tungali tumesimama, Baba Askofu ama Mhashamu Askofu Mkuu ataendelea kwenda kufanya final commendation. Naomba tuketi tafadhali. Kindly let us be upstanding.
Bwana awe nanyi.
Inamisheni vichwa kwa baraka.
Mungu aliyependa kuwajalia mema ya ukombozi na kuwafanya wana kwa ubatizo wa mwana wa pekee, awajalie mfufuke kwa pamoja baraka yake. Naye aliyewajalia zawadi ya uhuru wa kudumu, awafanye washiriki wa urithi wa uzima wa milele kwa kazi yake ya ukombozi. Nanyi mliofufuka katika ubatizo kwa njia ya imani, mustahili kuunganishwa naye katika makao ya mbinguni kwa kuishi kiadilifu hapa duniani. Na baraka yake Mungu Mwenyezi, ya Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu, iwashukie na kukaa nanyi daima na milele.
Kwaya, wimbo wa mwisho.
Yes,
Sasa tunamkaribisha Mwashamu Anthony Muheria, askofu mkuu wa Jimbo Kuu la Nyeri, aweze kutuelekeza katika ratiba ifuatayo.
Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, our guests, heads of states and representatives of various states, our dear family of our beloved former President Mwai Kibaki, our presiding Archbishop Philip Anyolo, Apostolic Nuncio here present, our Cardinal John Njue, bishops present, our religious leaders from various faith denominations, our traditional leaders, all Kenyans who at this time we mourn. At this moment, as the Archbishop Philip Anyolo said right at the beginning, it was a desire of the family that today's send-off of this great statesman, our dear beloved President Mwai Kibaki, should be free from any political speeches. The Catholic Church endorses fully this desire, as we have been trying to keep our places of worship only for God and sacred. I have been given the duty within this context of prayer, and while we still are to conclude the service with a final commendation, to just request on our behalf just 3 people to make a 4-minute tribute to our former president. They will do that on our behalf. It will be a tribute and not a speech. A tribute to a great man who did not in any way feel ashamed to show his faith, and who, when he came to places of worship, never demanded even to greet the crowd. I pray we respect this desire of the family and to make today's send-off worthy of such a great man. Allow me then to invite first the family who would like to present a tribute to their father, to their grandfather, to their great-grandfather, and their great mentor. We would like to invite, on behalf of the family, Mr. Jimmy Kibaki to kindly offer his tribute on behalf of the entire family. Mr. Jimmy Kibaki, welcome.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, Mrs. Rachel Ruto, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, today my heart feels very heavy. It has been quite an arduous week, and today I woke up with a tremendous sense of sadness and loss. And I did not know whether I would be able to speak, but because as a family we have been told wherever somebody has shown you kindness or done something good for you, you have to express your gratitude. I stand here on behalf of my family, my immediate family, and the entire Kibaki family, to say, first of all, we are very grateful to you, Your Excellency, for all the care, the love you have shown to our father from the day he retired in 2013 up to this moment. Mzee has not wanted for anything. Your government has assisted him in everything that he has required. Indeed, in his latter years, in his final years, when his medical condition was deteriorating, you personally ensured that he had access to the best medical care in Kenya and indeed in the world. And for that, we are truly grateful. Your Excellency, of course, we have had our hiccups over the last 9 or 10 years in looking after Mzee. But where we got stuck, the mere threat of suggesting that we are going to give you a call for further guidance would ensure that whatever was requested by the family or by Mzee was done quite expeditiously. Secondly, as a family, we would like to thank His Excellency, the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, who has called us and even asked his staff to call us since Mzee passed away on Friday. And they have really sought to help us and to condole with us and to see if they can be of assistance in any way. Thirdly, we'd like to thank the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kenya. You know, when Mzee passed away 1 week ago, last Friday, the military immediately took over operations at Nairobi Hospital and at Lee Funeral Home. So for us as a family, it was almost like a double loss. We had just lost Mzee, and then an hour later, the military took over and took Mzee to Lee Funeral Home, where they prepared him. But I must say, the professionalism and care shown by the armed forces of this country have enabled us actually to mourn Mzee and to honor him in a way that in which we are truly humbled. I have met colonels, I have met brigadiers. Indeed, I have even been saluted by generals. And I remember when I was walking into Parliament buildings where Mzee was lying in state on Tuesday, and I was saluted by so many military officers, I started thinking, wow, is this what it is all about? I can kind of get used to this. Maybe I'll give it a try. But having said that, the military, in their own professional way, because I must say it must be the most professional institution in this country, they have really assisted us to understand that even if Mzee was their commander-in-chief, he was first and foremost our father. So, General Kiboshi, as a family, we say asante sana. Finally, but most importantly, we, the Kibaki family, would like to thank our fellow Kenyan citizens who have come out to honor Mzee, to mourn with us, to grieve with us, to condole with us, and to tell us pole. We have met so many Kenyans on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday when Mzee was lying in state. And we have listened to stories of how he was their father, their grandfather, somebody they related with, like, anyone would relate with a parent or a grandparent. And we realized as a family that the loss was as great for Kenyans as it was for us, and that in its own way comforted us. I remember thinking, at one point, because on Wednesday there were so many people queuing in line, if Mzee was just to wake up for 1 minute, I think you'd even wonder, where are all these Kenyans going? Where they are coming to look at me, to see me? Why are they not at work? You'd have probably told us all, wacheni kuregarega na murudi kazini. Because for him, work was very important. If there is one word that can encapsulate the life of President Mwai Kibaki, it is excellence. Mzee lived to excel. From the minute, or should we say the moment he left Gatiaini village in Othaya to begin his education, up to the day he retired as president of this country, that journey has been a journey to excel. And excelling does not always mean succeeding, but it means trying your best. And what Mzee inspired us to do is to do our best. So, as Kenyans, as we send this great lion of Kenya to rest beside his beloved wife, let us dedicate ourselves to excel for Kenya. You see, Mzee loved Kenya and Kenyans with a passion that most Kenyans don't know. And it is that love and passion that almost, enabled him to dedicate his life to this country. Mzee dedicated 53 years or 54 years of his life, more than half a century, in the service of Kenyans. So we can see by the example of his life that he was the ultimate Kenyan patriot. Your Excellency, those of us who understand the dynamics between President Kibaki and you, we know that Mzee was very, very fond of you. Very, very fond of you. In fact, your relationship was the relationship between a father and a son. There are times I would watch the TV evening news with him at 7 o'clock. And when the news came on, you'd even start dozing when some politicians came on. And when, he'd even turn to me and say, Jimmy, this fellow has been speaking for 10 minutes and there's nothing he has told us, and you'd go back to dozing. But when you came on the screen, he would sit upright and listen very keenly. And after whatever function you're with or at, he would turn to me and say, "Good man," or "Good fellow." And for those of us who knew President Mwai Kibaki well, we knew when he said something like that, that was the ultimate praise. He could not say more than that. If the measure of patriotism is one's service to the country, then President Mwai Kibaki was a great son of Kenya. I want to thank you all for this tribute. We are overwhelmed and we are very grateful. Thank you.
Allow me to kindly ask you all to give a real hearty applause both for our president and for the family who have offered him to us. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy Kibaki and the entire family for that tribute and gratitude. Still within this context of prayer, each one of us, whatever faith you are, we invite you to continue praying for the soul of this dear father, grandfather, and mentor for many. Do not leave this place without having left your prayer. And so, within this same context of prayer, allow me kindly to invite our former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, to also make his brief tribute. We invite all of us to observe respect to our late president as we invite our leader to say a few words of tributes. Your Excellency, Honorable Raila Odinga.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Excellencies, Presidents, and other leaders from other African countries who have joined us today as we mourn our third president, Deputy President, diplomats who have been here, ladies and gentlemen, wananchi wote, hamjambo. Your Excellency, I know that many of us will share my plight today. My plight today is just like a member of the clergy, either a father or a padre who is asked to eulogize a bishop, but not to talk about the bishop's religiosity or religion. I've been asked today to talk about our president, but without talking about politics. I don't know how to eulogize a politician without talking politics. The family of Mwai Kibaki, led by Jimmy, we are all with you as the nation of Kenya at this very, very sad moment when we say farewell to a great Kenyan patriot, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. But then, how did Mwai Kibaki come into where he came into? You know, Mwai Kibaki as a youth, Mwai Kibaki as a student, Mwai Kibaki as an intellectual, Mwai Kibaki as a politician. The story was told to us by Jaramogi and Mwai that after KANU was formed in Kirigiti Stadium in 1960, our draft constitution had been presented there, had been prepared by the one Mr. Ojino Okeo, who was Jaramogi's secretary. And he died on his way back to Kisumu through a road accident at the escarpment. Then later on, Jaramogi went to Kampala as a guest of President Milton Obote. I found Obote was campaigning with a very beautiful manifesto. I asked him, who prepared this manifesto for you? Obote said, there are some young men here in Makerere who are very good. Their leader is Sekwela Kenyan. Then Jaramogi said, I want to see him. He brought Mwai Kibaki. When he brought Mwai Kibaki, Jaramogi told him, I want you to do the same manifesto like this for KANU. And he prepared with his team that beautiful manifesto. And that's how Jaramogi now invited him to come and become executive officer of KANU. And that started the journey. We know Kibaki as a member of parliament for Donholm. You know Kibaki as a minister for commerce and industry, as a minister for finance, as a vice president, as a leader of the opposition, as a president, as a retired president. And now here we are saying bye-bye to him, a great Kenyan. Mwai Kibaki is a gentleman, a man of conviction, a man who loved perfection. You worked with Kibaki first in the opposition together as our leader. How he used to lead, how he would discuss the budget and come up with an eloquent exposition of the budget, better than the Minister of Finance, and tell him how it should be done. Kibaki will tell you, these people don't know what they're doing. Bure kabisa. And when it was a lot of nonsense, he say, imavia kuku. But he was a gentleman by excellence. In the cabinet, we worked together. He would allow a lot of debate in the cabinet. And he also gave the ministers a lot of authority and power to run their ministries. So long as you do not get yourself involved in graft. The biggest enemy of corruption, Mwai Kibaki. And nobody is indispensable when it came to issues of corruption. So we have learned a lot from Mwai Kibaki. We came with almost a bankrupt economy and transformed it. At one time when we were living, it was rising at a rate of 7% per annum because of Mwai Kibaki. Of course, we have had also our differences. When at one time, Kibaki got involved in an accident. Others, opportunists took advantage of that position. We never held it against Kibaki. At that time when we were negotiating post-election violence, the stocks had collapsed at Serena. Kofi Annan invited me and Kibaki for a meeting. We sat in the office of the president, President Kikwete, President Mkapa, Graça Machel, and Kofi Annan. We talked and talked. In the end, I said, I'm ready to come down to this point. This is the reduced minimum. And Kibaki then agreed. So when we agreed, we shook hands. After shaking hands, the other people now wanted to come into the room to try to persuade him not to agree. He told them, tumemaliza kila kitu. Sasa kuna kitu tena, tunakwenda kuongea na dunia sasa. And we came out and shook hands with Mwai Kibaki, and he kept those words. There were differences sometimes in the course of running the government, but all of them were able to resolve them amicably. So in retirement, we will continue to remain friends. Each time he has been an advisor to me in many ways. So I've truly lost a friend. The country of Kenya has lost a true patriot, a great leader whose value will only be known with the time as time continues to unfold. Mwai Kibaki, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, rest in peace, rest in eternal peace. I bring finally also to you people condolences of the Kenyans in diaspora around the world who are not able to be with you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, for a wonderful tribute. Allow me now to invite for his brief tribute our Deputy President, His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto. Again, we request our dear Kenyans, out of respect to our late president, to give him the honor he deserves. Your Excellency, Deputy President William Ruto.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Your Excellency, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President and Commander-in-Chief of Kenya Defense Forces, Your Excellency Margaret Kenyatta, our First Lady, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and representatives of other countries present here, the family of the third President of the Republic of Kenya, led by Judy Kibaki, Jimmy, David, Anthony, and all the family members, both immediate and extended, colleagues, leaders present here, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, Kenyans from all walks of life. Today, we are gathered here to mourn the departure and the demise of a great son of our country, our third president. President Mwai Kibaki is a man of great simplicity, brought up in Dunguri village in Othaya. The journey through tending to goats, a journey that made him a great scholar and the finest economist our country ever had. A distinguished public servant that rose through the ranks, both in the opposition and in government. And of course, the greatest president Kenya ever had. We celebrate his achievements, his contribution, and his rich and solid legacy. President Kenyatta has been a good student of President Mwai Kibaki. I know that as his deputy. President Mwai Kibaki and his history is the history of our country. He was part of the architects of our independence. He was part of the first government and made a huge contribution. He was vice president to our second president. He laid a firm foundation both in education, in infrastructure development, and he was the architect of our economy. He sowed the seeds and laid the foundation upon which our fourth president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, built the expansive and extensive and elaborate infrastructure that we see today in our country. I also can see his shadow and influence in what is going to become of the fifth president of Kenya. Because I see the conversation around the economy, which President Mwai Kibaki was its architect, influencing the coming election. And therefore, when the history of Kenya is written, Mwai Kibaki will not fit into paragraphs. I don't think he can fit into chapters. We might need a separate book for Mwai Kibaki because of what he has done for our country. And finally, in a quick 3 years, Your Excellency, we have bade farewell to our second president in 2019 and to our third president now. It is a solemn, it is a heavy moment, but I take pride in the heritage that we have built as a nation of respecting and honoring our leaders in office and protecting and caring our leaders in retirement and in death. And therefore, I am confident that together as a nation, we can stride into the future with a confidence and on the foundation that our forefathers, including Mwai Kibaki, that we
rest his soul at this moment. I want to say from me and my family, may Mwai Kibaki's soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, for your tribute. At this juncture, it has been the request of the family at this moment, in the presence of the remains of this great statesman, to receive a special blessing. And so, kindly, still in this context of prayer, I would wish to invite the family of our President Mwai Kibaki to move near the casket as we also join at their request His Excellency the President of this Republic, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is in many ways a son to Honorable President Mwai Kibaki, to move near the casket. We will invite Archbishop Martin Kivuva to be and lead the prayer. And at the same time, we request all the religious leaders here present of all denominations, once the family is ready, to stand where you are, extend your hand, so that all of us from all our faiths can pray for this dear family and also for the soul of our former president. May I invite the choir to sing a song while we prepare for this special moment at the request of the family. Kindly, the family of our former president. That the First Lady can join the President. She is also a daughter. May I invite also Archbishop Martin Kivuva to move near religious leaders here present from all faiths to stand where you are. May I kindly invite the religious leaders here present of all faiths, wherever you are, to kindly stretch your hand as a prayer is said over the family and over our President. Welcome our Archbishop Martin Kivuva.
May the Spirit of the Lord come down. Amen. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the Spirit of the Lord Heavenly Father, we gather in this special stadium as we pray and ask your blessing upon the family of the late Emilio Mwai Kibaki. You have called him to yourself. We pray for the whole family remaining behind and the family of Kenya at large for all that he wished for as a man, as a president, and as a father of a family, that unity may prevail, that love may prevail, that Lord, you bless every family in the country as we all today pray for this family and the family of our dear President, Uhuru Kenyatta. We want to pray for peace. We want to pray for understanding. We want to pray for harmony in our families. And we want to pray for that unity in all ways, at family level, religious level, and even at political level. You're a God who comes to us and walks with us like you did with the sons and daughters of Israel, in good moments and in tough moments. We want to thank you for all the families you have given us as we all stand here, and those who join us wherever they are, in abroad, in our country and beyond, that they also be part of this wishing this country well as we go through ahead and prepare for the final elections of our August general elections. Bless the work of our hands, and especially for our young people who are now engaging in meaningful work and are working hard to make this country even greater in times to come. For our religious men and women of the different faiths, unity. For all our families, young and old, unity and peace. For all the country we belong, from border to border, peace. And as we pray this day, continue to especially reach out to those who are in difficulty, those who are in far countries like Ukraine and Russia, going through very difficult moments, countries of our neighbors, Sudan, countries of our neighbors, Somalia, country of our neighbors, DRC, Congo, and others that are going through difficult moments. We walk with you day by day as we ask for those who are facing challenging moments like hunger in areas of Lodwar, areas of Marsabit, areas of Isiolo. Bring us rain, enough rain to raise food. And as we end our day today, to journey with this great man to a place of burial, protect us from evil day and night. May your country's peace. And all those members of our excellencies who have come from our neighborhood and our friends, peace to them. We want to remember in particular way also Ethiopia and Eritrea, that peace may prevail. This we ask and pray, for you are our Father, as we call you Father once again, and say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from every evil. Amen. And may Almighty God bless our country and bless the journey of our faith through Christ our Lord.
Amen. Thank you, Archbishop Martin Kivuva. Thank you, the family of our dear former President Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining the family. And thank you, the religious leaders, for this kind prayer. We'd like to invite the choir to sing a song as we return to our places, and asking kindly and respectfully His Excellency as he returns to the podium. Let us remember to pray for this family. We may be seated, religious leaders. Let us remember to pray for this family as we leave. Let us remember to, through solidarity, support them. Choir. And now, with humility and great respect, may I kindly invite His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to convey to our nation his message of condolences and the family and give his tribute. Your Excellency the President, sir.
Thank you very much. The family of our late father and President, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, our clergy, led by His Grace Archbishop Inooro, our visiting heads of state and government, heads of delegations, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, before I give my tribute, I would like at the very onset, on behalf of the people of Kenya, to thank our visitors who have traveled from various parts of our continent and the world to join us in mourning, but also in celebration of the life of one of Kenya's greatest statesmen. So before I give my tribute, I would like, on behalf of everybody else, to invite three of our visitors, and I would like to begin by inviting His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, and the First Lady, Your Excellency, Deputy President William Ruto, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, heads of states who are here present, as well as those who are representing a number of countries that are represented here. The leadership of the clergy and various leaders of other organizations that are here, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, as well as the leadership of the Armed Forces of Kenya, and fellow mourners and fellow Kenyans. As South Africa, and indeed as the Southern African Development Community, we were saddened to hear of the passing of President Mwai Kibaki. The news of his passing touched our hearts, and our hearts and condolences were extended to you as Kenyans. We are here to extend and pay respects and our condolences to all of you as Kenyans, and especially to President Uhuru Kenyatta, and indeed as well as the Kibaki family. We feel the pain and anguish that you are all going through, but at the same time, we also believe that you are all collectively here to celebrate a life of a great statesman. And we wish you strength as you go through this moment, but we also wish that you could remember President Kibaki for what he stood for and for what he did for this great nation. My presence here is also to come and comfort my brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and also to say that the relations between South Africa and Kenya continue to be strengthened in moments of celebration and in moments of sadness. And I want to thank you, President, for having extended your own condolences to us as South Africans, as we recently lost more than 435 people in the floods that engulfed our country. We wish to join you as Kenyans as you remember your dear and beloved departed president. We remember President Kibaki for the leadership that he demonstrated, not only to Kenya, but also to the African continent. We remember him for his commitment to the people of Kenya, and indeed to all of us as Africans. But we especially remember him for his leadership in uniting the people of Kenya. And for us as South Africans, we saw him in the mold in which we saw our own first president, President Nelson Mandela, who sought to unite our nation and who planted the seeds of the development of South Africa. And you too have had a great president in President Kibaki, who has developed your country and who has also helped to unite the people of Kenya. May you continue remember him with kindness and fondness, because indeed he was a great statesman. And we drew a lot of lessons for the way in which he led the people of Kenya, and we will forever remember how great he was. May his soul forever rest in peace, and we thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I would now like to invite Her Excellency President Saleh of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to also pass her tribute and message of condolence. Welcome, my sister.
Yeah. Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, Excellency First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, Excellencies Heads of States present here, Your Excellency Deputy President William Ruto, the family of former President Mwai Kibaki, our Kenyan brothers and sisters. I'm here today to share the deep grief of our brothers and sisters in Kenya following the passing of former President Mwai Kibaki, and convey the heartfelt condolences of the people and government of Ethiopia and of my own to President Uhuru Kenyatta, his government, the bereaved family of late Mwai Kibaki, and to the people of Kenya. President Mwai Kibaki was a true friend of Ethiopia before and after assumption to the presidency, his assumption to the presidency. During his tenure, Ethiopia and Kenya made tremendous strides in elevating our long-standing relations. This was seen through the achievement that we have jointly registered, both at the national and regional levels. During his tenure, our two countries signed the Special Status Agreement, laying the foundation for the Lamu Port South Sudan-Ethiopia Corridor project, known as LAPSET, as well as the Moyale One-Stop Border Post. At the regional level, Kenya, with our regional organization, IGAD, has been very active and host of a series of Somali peace processes held here in Kenya in an effort to find a lasting peace in this sisterly country, and also in the Sudan peace talks seeking to end 2 decades of bloody warfare. I would also like to recognize former President Kibaki and his government's commitment to multilateralism that I have been able to witness firsthand. His support to one of the United Nations offices away from headquarters based in Nairobi, and its first dedicated Director General that I was, played a big role in elevating this duty station. Following in his footsteps, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta took this commitment to a higher level. In the spirit of the remarkable ties that our two countries have built over the years, we will continue to sustain and strengthen the excellent relations that has lived to this day in order to fulfill the aspirations of our respective populations. As we gather here to pay our last respect to the third president of Kenya, it should not be to mourn, but to celebrate a life dedicated to serving his nation. And it has been so eloquently expressed by previous speakers. May his soul stay in eternal peace. I thank you.
As many of you know, the Sudan Peace Accord was negotiated and signed here in Nairobi, was done and concluded during the tenure of the late President Mwai Kibaki, a peace accord that saw the birth of Africa's youngest nation, that of South Sudan. We have with us today His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, but because he has a problem with his vocal cords, we will have his Minister of State in the Presidency read his tribute on his behalf. Welcome.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, on behalf of my President, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, allow me to recognize with respect Presidents present today and Vice Presidents and delegates from various countries. Mr. President, the people of Kenya, when the sad news of the death of our beloved leader Mwai Kibaki came, my President was on a foreign trip. He decided to cut short his trip and return back in honor of President Mwai Kibaki. And as we speak, the Republic of South Sudan is bereaved, and the flag of the Republic of South Sudan is running at half-mast. Mr. President, the people of Kenya, when President Mwai Kibaki took over from Daniel Arap Moi, he ensured that the peace process that led to the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2005 secured the right of self-determination for the people of South Sudan. It is through the right of self-determination that today you see our first president of the independent, free Republic of South Sudan. We can say with confidence that we owe President Mwai Kibaki special gratitude for giving us the freedom and the independence we enjoy today. Mr. President, we are aware also that President Mwai Kibaki ensured that our cadres were trained here in Kenya, in the Kenya School of Government, and took some of us to Mombasa for training. And so he's a dear man to our heart. And we know that all the leaders of Kenya have always been supportive of us as the people of Kenya from one generation to another. We owe this to you, the people of Kenya, for electing capable leaders of the region. My President appreciates the relationship between us and Kenya, and it is through this relationship that we are here today to share with the people of Kenya the gravity of the shock that has come as the result of the passing on of President Mwai Kibaki. With these few remarks, on behalf of my President, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity, and may God bless you and raise the soul of Mwai Kibaki in eternal peace. I thank you.
Asante sana. Kwa niaba ya Wakenya wote, chukua fursa hii kuwarudishia hawa wageni wetu ambao wametoka mbali. Asante kwa kuja kuomboleza pamoja nasi, pamoja na wenzetu kutoka Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi na nchi zingine jirani, kwa kuja kuwa pamoja nasi. Tuwapigie makofi ya kuwashukuru. Asanteni sana. Fellow Kenyans, we congregate here today to honor one of the founding fathers of our beloved nation. We are here not only to mourn an incalculable loss, but also to celebrate a magnificent life. We celebrate a man of faith, a man of family, a man of honor, on a man who always put Kenya and Kenyans first. So, my fellow citizens,